welcome to Arizona. Woo! That was rewarding. I mean, if y'all don't mind going to a place like this, you don't have to. Y'all like this place? Very well. Too bad. Life that I've learned have been from people. It's like it's all about sales. I don't care what you're doing. You're selling something, or you're buying something, or every conversation is a transaction, whether you want to understand it or not or believe it. You're either selling or buying. And so I went to my first seminar, and there was like 800 people in the room, and they had a directors meeting and above like this, and I was like, down there, and nobody was home. And they're like, well, you need to be a director, you can buy an extra salad. Probably the only thing you'll ever want to get successful. And I'm like, okay. So I went to work, and I busted my butt. I worked as hard as I possibly could. And then they got in a meeting, and I got to my first director's meeting, and I sat there, and they're like, so this is really, we just get together and hang out. And then they all the other people work really hard because they want to be in the director's meeting. I'm like, this is crap. I just killed myself, didn't sleep for 6 weeks. But guess what? We all do stuff because we want it, right? Like I got motivated by that. I get motivated by things that, if you're an analytical personality, which many of you are, and you'll find out tonight. We're going to do this right after we get done tonight with the overview. We're going to do about an hour and a half, maybe an hour of some quick training stuff that I know will help you. Like what I learned when I talk about personalities, I learned it in a room 2 doors over. There were 1,600 people in that room. Like, it was an amazing experience. Like, for me to walk around this place, like, gives me chills because of all the stuff I learned. And it's like, I want people this weekend, if you're a director above and you're here, like, sell out on this thing. Like, I don't understand why people don't take notes. Like, people nowadays, well, can I get that personality thing in a piece of paper? Well, guess what? I wrote that thing down 1,000 times. Every time they said book with it, I wrote a book. And I wrote it over and over and over. So this weekend, if you're in this room, I want you to understand that Tony and I are looking for people that want to become leaders. Like we're at that point right now where it's about to hit. And it's either you're gonna go with it or you're gonna get run over by it. You know, there's 3 types of people, right? What does that say? There's people that say they're part of what happened, and then there's people that go, what happened? Like you don't want to be that person. But I'm yeah. That's it. See? I didn't write those things down. You can talk to the blue. So, yeah. We're done.
That's it. We're done. So, in a leadership event like this, I think like Paul said, like the first event I came to where I qualified for leadership, I did it to get in that mix, right? Because I think we've always heard your average income is take the 10 closest people you hang out with and average their income, and that's pretty much what you're going to be.
That's not happening.
Yeah.
Please.
It can only happen in leadership.
Yeah. Mine will be one that goes wrong.
So I wanted to change my circle. Closer to guys like Paul or our mentors, and I could learn from them. And I just knew it's pretty simple math. If I start hanging out with people that are more successful than me, eventually I'll catch on and catch on and catch on. And so these events really eventually aren't for you guys. We're new enough now as a company where this event's for each and every one of you, I assure you. But eventually, you know, I look at an event like a gas station, right? Like if I'm driving my car from Kansas to Arizona, I'm gonna have to fill up a few times. Fair enough? Like I can drive, 5-6 hours, and I'm gonna need to get gas, another 5-6 hours, get gas. And so when you're building a business like this, you'll have, a convention, like we did in Florida. And it's almost like everybody's fueled up, right? And you can see it. Our numbers go up. People come out of the convention, and their numbers are up. Their sales are up. Everybody's productive. Everybody's signing up more people. There's more people on our webinars. There's more people on the Zooms. Everything's cranking because everybody's got that full tank of gas, right?
And everybody's nice to each other.
Yeah. But over time, that starts to get to half a tank, and then down to a quarter of a tank, and then usually about this time, a lot of people, their fuel tank's near empty. Now, my mentor taught that, and it was true. I never forget, in that company, we were doing trainings monthly. And I was like, even for me, it was like 3 weeks, I was like, man, I can't wait for that fourth weekend. Yep. And I was going to bring people there to fuel up with me, right? Because I knew, the more cars I got to Arizona, the more money I made. So if I said, hey, you got to drive with me now, I know they need gas, right? When I meet people in the business world, almost all people in the United States, if you recruit them into an opportunity like Snap Partners, their fuel tank is near empty financially. Almost everybody and I'm not talking about the balance in their bank account. I'm talking about the amount of wealth that they've created for themselves and their family. And we talk about it a lot, but it's like money is what you make while you're working. Wealth is what you make when you're not working. See, if you've got, 1,000 restaurants that are doing deliveries for you and you're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a month, whether you get out of bed or not, that's wealthy. If you've got 10 restaurants and you're making a couple $1,000s a month, whether you get out of bed or not, that's wealthy. Now, it's not rich. Now the other one might be rich for you, if you're making 100,000 a month, 200,000, yeah, for sure. But if you've got a choice to, hey, I've got to work 80 hours a week, nonstop for the next 40 years to make 100,000 a year, and that's what it's going to take. Or I can build up a group of restaurants, I can build up businesses, I can build up residual income that makes me $5,000 a month, whether I get out of bed or not. Wouldn't we all take 60 grand a year coming in passively than 100 or even 200, maybe even 300,000 working at 80 to 100 hours a week for the rest of our life? I think all of us would choose that. And so I looked at it like the goal was to get as many cars fueled up, as many people fueled up at the convention. And then what happens is, as leaders even at those conventions, by, the quarter was coming, to a close, and it was going to be the next quarter, I was on near empty over and over and over again. And then eventually, I think the training that we'll eventually do for you guys, we'll do a full journey event for you guys, but there were some high-level trainings that I went to, a lot of personal growth and development, and I turned into the gas station at some point in my career. And that's when my income, that's when everything, I still went to all the events, right? But I didn't need the event for fuel. I was a tanker, I was a pipeline. So what I would do is I would bring new people to those events to make the gas up, and then people that were in between that were half the quarter was done and they weren't going to make it to the gas station, I'd be like, hey, swing over here, I got a full tanker, and I've got a pipeline that's just, I'm literally nonstop. It's cold fusion over here. I've got a nuclear reactor. I'm always on a full tank. I'm always on a full tank. Whether I'm at an event like this,
I don't have to call him up in the morning and go, "You still motivated, Tony?"
So yeah, I mean, and again, eventually, some of you will get to that point where other people in your organization will plug into you to fuel up. And you're just always on. You're always on point. You're always on the F. You're full and you never dip.
It's awesome to come to these things, but one of the things I want our leadership to start figuring out, when Tony says these aren't for you, they aren't. I mean, it gets to a point where I used to go to seminar after seminar after seminar. I went for 6 months straight, almost every single weekend, paying $300. And finally, about 6 to 8 weeks into my little career of now I'm a seminar junkie, everybody else went to college. I went to seminars. And this guy goes, "It's awesome that you come to this stuff, but you should bring someone with you." And I'm like, "Why?" And he goes, because they're going to make you money if they're, and I'm like, but they'll be my competition. And he goes, you're not that bright, are you? I'm like, he didn't say that, but he was like, I saw it in his face, was like, God, you're stupid. Like, if you bring somebody and you introduce them to the company and they go out and do something, guess what? They're not your competition, they're your teammate.
Right.
Like, and the way Tony and I believe and build this company is nobody is competition to each other in this company. Like, it doesn't matter. If you're in the same city I'm in, I'm gonna help you as much as I possibly can. Like when I was in Ohio a couple of weeks ago, I was so excited because there were people that had come down from Detroit. Donna was down from Detroit. There's people from Columbus. There were people from different areas. And I sat down and told them, I'm like, listen, if y'all help each other and you don't make money off of each other, that's the greatest thing ever. And like, if we can get a group of this many people small, it'll end up being in a room of 1,600 people in a few years. Maybe not even that long. Because once momentum hits, oh, it's sick. But it ain't sick if it is sick. Sickening if you're sitting here by yourself every time you go to a training. You know, you just got to get one or two.
Yeah.
One or two people that get into it like you are. Not like you. You're waiting.
Yeah, that's all you got to do.
You did.
No, but I mean, that's it. Like, my call, we'll talk this weekend. Last week, well, this week, actually, probably on Saturday or Sunday, that commission run will go out for Jones & Associates, and he had his first $1 million week in earnings. So Mike will be here.
And
yeah.
I bought dinner last night.
You bought dinner? What the heck's wrong with you? Yeah, and Mike was there. Yeah, we had 3 people that had $1 million weeks last week, or this week's payout.
So you can tell people are starting to get checks with ERC with us now, right? Y'all should be way more excited about it than they are. Like, it's crazy to me. I was with Garrett and George this morning, and Garrett's like, he was fired up on the golf course. So he's like, I got my $5,000 at $5,400, and I'm like, finally somebody's excited about it. And we get all the griping when it's not coming, but we don't get all the excitement when it's there. So, but you had a couple people like that, George. Like, George had to call people and tell them, you should probably look in your wallet.
Yeah?
He didn't even know what was in there.
That's awesome.
How much was in there?
6,000.
That's good.
Well, another one had 6,800. He didn't know about it. Another one had 1,800.
Don't tell him next time, just call me. We got caught.
Put 24 grand? That's awesome, man. Yeah. That's awesome.
So, I don't want to go longer than 30 minutes. So, as leadership directors, any of y'all have any questions that you want to ask? You can get them answered now. What?
I mean, almost all industries, somebody's, trying to advertise to them. I think that's helped us because it's created that recognition. But let's be honest, like, how many spam emails, how many of us
from Susie?
Yeah, like we're driving on the
ERC.
highway and we hear something on the radio. It's like, oh, get cash back now, do this, do that. And it's like you go, oh, pull over your car, you call, like, it happens, just probably none of us have ever done it. But obviously it happens because they run those ads. I just don't know anybody that does that, right? But I'm sure, if you throw 100 million darts, you might hit the bullseye a couple times. And so what I like about that marketing push that's happening is a lot of clients I'm talking to, they haven't done it, but they're like, yeah, I've heard of that. So now, they know it's legit, right? I'm not having to overcome that, oh, this is real, they're like, I've heard that. I think it was on CNN or something, there was a commercial or whatever, or it was on, the newspaper, the Wall Street Journal, this, that, or the other, Forbes, so it's like, all right, so now there's a little bit of recognition there, but they still haven't done it, that's all that I care about, like,
Those people are hearing about it, but they're not doing it. They don't trust the people.
They don't, yeah.
When we go in there and talk to them, they're like, okay, so you're doing what I'm hearing.
I'm ready.
And they trust you. And so face-to-face, the closing is pretty awesome when they heard the ads and they got the emails and everything else. It's pretty good stuff.
You You better turn that off.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, you got 31 million small businesses and medium-sized businesses in the U.S. I mean, we're one of the largest providers in the space, right in the 11,000 client range. There's,
You better turn that off.
Yeah, so,
I'm just
but yeah,
messing
there's a few left, so. Go
Did
ahead.
we answer your question?
Yeah.
All right.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Brett, and my wife Cindy and I get this whole thing. We know
Yeah,
Oh,
we
we
know
do.
Cindy.
I got a question. Is
We're just glad you're here to keep her under control this time.
Yeah, we
You
missed
sent her
you.
by herself to Vegas. I don't know if that was the best idea you've ever had. Huh? Oh,
Oh,
he's
yeah.
just as bad?
He was locked in a closet. She got away.
we just had an incident, my wife and I, and we were approaching a restaurant that has basically been worn out when it comes to DoorDash, when it comes to Grubhub, when it comes to these other companies that are charging 30%.
Sure.
Whatever. They totally got rid of all of them.
Right.
And how do you approach some of these businesses? I mean, I know Snap isn't doing any quote unquote like advertising where these businesses can go, ooh, that's really neat, man. I don't think, So when we approach them, they have an idea that this is an entirely different genre.
It goes right back to what he said a second ago. I mean, you got to get to know whoever's there. Like, if they've been burnt and beat down, it's just like somebody's been in a horrible relationship. When they finally see a good one, they're like, whoa, whoa, I don't believe it. Like, no, you can't be that nice. You're going to punch me in a minute. Like, but that's the truth, though. Like, they've been beat down. So when I go, Tony's probably, maybe in the beginning you walked in, right? Did you walk in just like cold?
Yeah, I would cold walked in Topeka. I mean, the first thing I did is I differentiated myself right away, right? Like with Snap, because we know they hate DoorDash, Grubhub, and Uber Eats, and we know they hate them because they charge them so much. And so I immediately throw that out there. Like, oh yeah, you stopped doing DoorDash, Grubhub. Yeah, because they charge so much, right? Like it's astronomical. What if there was, so let's say, you had a $100 order go out. Do you know what that would cost? Oh yeah, it cost me like 20 bucks, 30 bucks, whatever. So I'd talk to him about that, right? And then I'd go, that's what I love about Snap Delivered. A friend of mine helped start it, and it's $2 flat rate. They do all the marketing, they got the drivers, they do all of it. Like, how much better is that? How much better is it pay $2 for that order than 20? So right there, I differentiated. Now I can have the conversation. Now again, if they are closed off, it's like, I'll move on to the next restaurant. But
Here's the thing. Well, because they're stupid.
yeah.
I would say stuff like that, I promise you. If they go, well, why don't they do it? Because they're stupid and we're not. Like, they spend $100 million on advertising. We don't have to. But the biggest thing that I would say is I would get to know that person.
Build that relationship.
Because I would ask them, hey, how long, if I talk to an owner of a business, first thing I'm going to say is, so when did you open this place? How long has it been? Like start asking those questions, because if you're showing a real interest in their place, oh my God, how long have you been in the restaurant industry? When I first met Kenny and Rochelle, never in my life did I even think we'd maybe be in business together like we are. But I just started asking them, oh, when did you open your first restaurant? When did you do this? How long have you been in business? And I know that may seem like, I got to get to the point. It's like, when's the right time to kiss someone? Well, you'll know. Like, just keep asking questions, and then you can get into it. Like, if somebody walked into my business and first thing goes, have you heard about the ERC? I would be like, you're not even supposed to be talking to me. Somebody should have done the gatekeeper thing. But if you get to know the person, the real business owner first, go in there, frequent them, get to be their friend.
Trust.
I mean, that's how Garrett and I became friends. I went through a divorce. His bar was open late. I went there every night. But that's the truth. Garrett and I got to be friends, and then 15 years later, we're doing business together. Yeah, nobody drugged me out no doors. I walked on my own, just like I told the cop I could do.
It would have taken more than just Garrett.
Yeah. I walked out just like I told that cop I could do it.
Go ahead.
Let's say I have a friend of mine, he's in the restoration industry, and he already filed, but I know a lot of the low-hanging fruit, okay, that $7,000 in the first quarter or whatever, are we, that's the ones who like the remaining other 4
Yeah, we can. We can look at quarters they haven't filed. We won't refile for quarters, but usually by year is how we do it. So if they filed for any quarter in 20, we won't touch 20 because there's carryover in 20 the way the rules are. In 21, if there's quarters they didn't file for and we can qualify them, we'll grab them. So that's the main thing we're looking for. If there's quarters in 21 they left off, we'd want to take a look and see if we could get them. Right. It's a lot of employees. I saw a payroll company file for a client we ended up getting. They didn't go through the filing with them, but they were doing the numbers, and they had them at 27,000 total. Total. They had 100 employees. So, yeah. Yeah, that's one way to do it.
One way to do it. Tony's like, let's try that
That's one
next.
way to do it. Like,
Half for you, half for me.
so you can afford that.
God, you are
account.
going to make my head hurt with all these VRC questions.
Yeah, right.
These are leadership. This is what we're supposed to ask. How do I motivate my team? How do I do this? And right now, all you greens just go, here's my freaking chance, finally. No, it's not.
It's motivating them.
It's motivating
Go
me
ahead,
to end this
Garrett.
meeting.
So I guess that's part of it I just want to touch on real quickly. There's a lot of companies that have filed and didn't realize that they could file other years. I had one that their CPA filed it for the 2 weeks that they were closed.
Oh, yeah, the full shutdown.
2 weeks. And we refiled their entire thing. And they said, no, we already did the ERC. And we only got $9,000.
Wait a minute.
Talk about that for a second. So that's a great point to bring up. Bring up to them. So you can file for all the years you're eligible to file. You just need the word years to go file. So there's that whole aspect of it as well.
All right, we got a couple things I got to go through or Evelyn will hit me in the mouth.
All right, let's do that, and then we'll wrap it up.
So we're not allowed to share what your clients get. If your client shares it with you, they're allowed to do that. We are not allowed to from home office, from any of them. And it's so funny because some of y'all are just like, you go to one parent, you don't get the question answered the way you want it, so then you go to somebody else and you're like, oh, I'll get it over here, and go to Tony because he's the nice one, and like avoid the crap out of me. It's so funny because people will be like, I think you're gonna get a phone call because somebody's mad, and I'm like, yeah, I probably won't get that call. Because they won't call me. You'll call somebody else, but you won't call me. So just understand, this is not like we don't want to tell you. It's not like we're trying to keep it from you. And it's funny because some people will be like, well, I think I should have got more money on my 20% or whatever it is. Well, we're not cheating anyone. Like, we're going to pay you. We want you to make the most amount of money possible. You know, I mean, we're getting close to that $1 million thing that Tony put up. So hopefully he'll do something this weekend. See, I am on your
Check my
side.
wallet. Did I bring my wallet?
bad memories. One more drink, she said. We know there's no turning back now. We left to make bad memories. One more drink, she said. I think I'm losing my head now. Tonight we make bad memories. One more drink, she said. You know there's no turning back now. We left to make bad memories. One more drink, she said. I think I'm losing my head now. Tonight we make bad memories. One more drink, she said. I think I'm losing my head now.
1, 2, 3, come on. Come on.
Bad memories.
Come on.
One more drink, he said. I think I'm losing my head now. Tonight we'll make bad memories. One more drink, he said. And baby, you got me tripping. We're face to face, about to do it again. Again, again, again.
Those will be the best memories.
About to do it again.
Again, again and again. Those will be the best memories. All the crazy shit I did tonight. Those will be the best memories. I just wanna let it go for the night.
1, 2, 3, come on.
Hey, hey. Yeah, yeah. Hey, hey. Yeah, yeah. Hey, hey. Yeah, yeah.
Everybody, move the angel united. Everybody, move the angel united.
Get your hands up.
Bang, 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 it's a stick up. Shut it down as soon as we pull up. Bang the drums, I know it's a killer. Bang, 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 it's a stick up. Shut it down as soon as we pull up. Bang, 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 stick up. Bang, 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 it's a stick up. Shut it down as soon as we pull up. Bang the drums, I know it's a killer. Bang, 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 it's a stick up. Shut it down as soon as we pull up. Bang, 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 it's a stick up. Shut it down as soon as we pull up. Bang the drums, I know it's a killer. Bang, 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 it's a stick up. Shut it down as soon as we pull up. Bang, 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 stick up. Bang, 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 it's a killer. 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 and I could take you for a ride. I had a premonition that we fell into a rhythm where the music don't stop for life. Glitter in the sky, glitter in my eyes, shining just the way you like. If you're feeling like you need a little bit of company, you met me at the perfect time. You want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm levitating. The Milky Way, we're renegading. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. Fly away with me tonight. Fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah, 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 yeah. Fly away with me tonight. Fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Perdón, ya cogí otro avión, aquí no vuelvo, no quiero otra decepción. Tanto que te dabas de campeón y cuando te necesitaba, viste tu peor versión. Sorry, baby, hace rato que yo te vi tocar ese gato. Una loba como yo no está pa' novato. Una loba como yo no está pa' tipos como tú. Pa' tipos como tú. A ti te queda grande y por eso estás con una igualita que tú. Esto es pa' que te mortifique, mastique, trague, trague, mastique. Yo contigo ya no regreso ni que me llore ni me suplique. Entendí que no es culpa mía que te critique. Yo solo hago música, perdón que te salpique. Te dejaste de vecina a la suegra con la prensa en la puerta y la deuda en Hacienda. Te creíste que me heriste y me volviste más dura. Las mujeres ya no lloran, las mujeres facturan. Tiene nombre de persona buena, claramente no es como suena. Tiene nombre de persona buena, claramente es igualita que tú. Pa' tipo como tú. A ti te queda grande y por eso estás con una igualita que tú. Del amor al odio hay un paso, por acá no vuelvas, me caso. Cero rencor, bebé, yo te deseo que te vaya bien con mi supuesto reemplazo. No sé ni qué es lo que te pasó, estás tan raro que ni te distingo. Yo valgo por 2 de 22, cambiaste un Ferrari por un Twingo. Cambiaste un Rolex por un Casio, vas acelerado, dale despacio. Mucho gimnasio, pero trabaja el cerebro un poquito también. Fotos por donde me ven, aquí me siento en rehén. Por mí todo bien, yo te desocupo mañana y si quieres traértela a ella que venga también. Tiene nombre de persona buena, claramente no es como suena. Tiene nombre de persona buena y una loba como yo no está pa' tipos como tú. Pa' tipos como tú. A ti te queda grande y por eso estás con una igualita que tú.
Someone dancing at the ocean, running fast along the sand. A spirit born of earth and water, fire flying from your hands. Hold me closer, tiny dancer. Count the between the silence.
When sex and love no longer jam.
Hold me close, like time to dance. Count the headlights on the highway. Lay me down in the sheets of linen. You have a place today, Hold me closer. Hold me closer, baby. Hold me closer. Hold me closer, hold me closer, hold me closer. Yeah.
She got married to a boy like you. She'd kick you out if she ever knew about all the you tell me that you do. Dirty, dirty boy. You know everyone is talking on the scene. I hear them whisper about the places that you've been and how you don't know how to keep your business clean. Mommy, oh, daddy's getting hot at the body shop, doing something unholy. He's so bad, now she's dropping it. She be popping it, yeah, she put it down slowly. He let his kids out, so he can get out. Mommy, oh, daddy's getting hot at the body shop, doing something unholy.
Daddy, daddy, if you wanna drop the attic, give me love, give me Fendi, my Balenciaga, daddy. You can need to back it up, 'cause I'm spending on Rodeo. You can wish me back it up, I'll be gone in the AM. And he got me Prada, get me Miu Miu like Rihanna. He always told me to never cause no drama. And when you want it, baby, I know I got you covered. And when you need it, baby, just jump under the covers.
Coming up now, daddy's getting hot at the body shop, doing something unholy. He's sat back, now she's dropping it. She be popping it, yeah, she put it down slowly. Coming up now, daddy's getting hot at the body shop, doing something unholy. He's sat back, now she's dropping it. She be popping it, yeah, she put it down slowly. Doing something unholy. She be popping it, yeah, she put it down slowly. freedom, they got it in my eyes. Like an exotic dream, the radio playing songs that I have never heard. I don't know what to say. Oh, not another word, just la 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 la. It goes around the world, just la 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 la. It's all around the world, just la 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 la. It goes around the world, just la 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 la. It's all around. It's all around the world, just now the night is gone. Till it goes on and on, so deep inside of me. I understand it free, I don't know what to do. Just can't explain to you, I don't know what to say. Oh, not another word, just la 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 la. It goes around the world, just la 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 la. It's all around the world, just la 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 la. It goes around the world, just la 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 la. It's all around the world, just la 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. It's all around the world, just I got my head out the sunroof. I'm blasting our favorite tunes. I only got one thing on my mind. You got me stuck on the thought of you. You're making me feel brand new. You're more than a sunshine in my eyes.
Oh yeah, feels like a never-ending summer with you. Hand surfing out the window in the middle of June. Sunset, sunroof, suntan on you. Blue skies, green eyes. It feels like I'm driving down the freeway at night. I only got one thing in the back of my mind. Yeah, I'm feeling like this might be my time to shine with you, with you, with you. I got my head out the sunroof, blasting my favorite tune. I only got one thing on my mind. You got me stuck on the thought of you. You're making me feel brand new. You're more than the sunshine in my eyes.
I got my head out the sunroof. You got me stuck on the thought of you. Yeah, we're driving down the freeway at night. I only got one thing in the back of my mind. I'm feeling like this might be my time to shine with you, with you, with you.
I got my head out the sunroof, blasting our favorite tune. I only got one thing on my mind.
You got me stuck on the thought of you. You're making me feel brand new. You're more than the sunshine in my eyes. La da la da la la la. La da 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 la da la da la da. La da la da 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 da.
expansion and recession. Most industries throughout all history, the global economy has cycled between expansion
that guy in there. That guy talking to Kelly. When I first got into business, he was the guy like this is one of my mentors. All right, good evening, everyone. If you could grab your seats, get as close to the front as you can, that'd be awesome. ahead and get started. If you can grab your seats quickly. Tony, ready? Grab a seat, everybody. We'll get started. Welcome, welcome. Go ahead and grab a seat if you're in the back. I want to welcome everybody to the Scottsdale Fairmont Princess. I guess, obviously, we have some guests here for the evening. They're seeing this information maybe for the very first time. So what I'd like to do is just run through a brief company overview, share a little bit about who we are, what we do as a company, and how you could benefit financially by potentially partnering up with the Snap Partners family. And once we're done with this brief overview, we'll kind of break the room up and we'll do a little bit of training. So for those of you that want to stick around, some of you guys are here for the training, obviously, so you can certainly stick around. We'll do some training, and then we'll finish up the evening. And then this weekend we have a big training, pretty much starting tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. That'll run till about 5 p.m. And then on Sunday it'll run from about 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. And so for those of you that are brand new, if you really like what you see, you're more than welcome to get locked in for that training as well. So we'll get right into the information. Snap Partners, our company's fairly new. Let's see if I can get this thing to work. So we launched in June of 21, so a little over a year old. Participate in several different verticals. And so we're looking to disrupt several industries. And there's a lot of industries that are ripe for disruption these days. And I'll go through some of the main ones that we're tapping into right now. Paul Mikel's our Chief Executive Officer. I'm the COO. My name's Tony Swantek. We've known each other for going on 22 years now. And you know, we've built some pretty successful businesses over the years. Garrett is our CFO. Very strong background in building businesses, restaurants, and you know, the three of us have put together a team in several different verticals. And I'll go through kind of what that means, because when you look at the economy, especially something like coming out of COVID, it's pretty obvious that certain industries get hammered pretty bad when things change. Fair enough? I think we all saw industries get hit during the pandemic. We've seen several industries like real estate, mortgage take hits when the economy gets hit. And so if you're in that industry, and that's the only industry you're in, and the economy goes down or there's a pandemic, you might be in pretty big trouble. Fair enough? If that's it, if that's your source of income, and for whatever reason, there's factors that are outside of your control. I think a lot of people can live a lot easier with decisions they make, and maybe that affects how well they do or how bad they do. But when you've got something that literally is completely out of our control, and then it just crushes our business or our careers or our jobs, it's tough to swallow. Fair enough? And so what we do as a company is basically look at ways to insulate ourselves and anyone that partners with us from any outside economic, any factors. Now, that doesn't mean one of our verticals couldn't get hit by an economic factor, but when you're in several verticals, if one's getting hit, like restaurants got hit pretty hard by the pandemic. Fair enough? Restaurant delivery exploded during the pandemic. Fair enough? So what if you're in a business like restaurant delivery during the pandemic? You couldn't be in a better place. So that's the type of things we do with our verticals. So there's Snap Partners, which is basically our parent company. Then we have Snap Financial, Snap Virtual Kitchens, Snap Cares, which is our charitable foundation, Snap Entertainment, which is like
live streaming TV like Hulu. It's a company called Vidgo that we're partnered with, has the most channels. Rob Gronkowski's the spokesperson, so if you want to party, that's the guy. But it's big on sports, so that's why they used Gronk. And then we've got Snap Delivered, which was really our first vertical that Paul and I founded. And so when you get into the delivery example, and I want to share with you kind of how you could benefit financially by being able to tap into all these verticals. So when I started in the delivery space, it was 2016. And if you're familiar with like Uber Eats, DoorDash, Grubhub, there's a lot of companies that are out there that do delivery. And there's Manhattan, Kansas, which we call it the Little Apple, which is kind of funny. People in New York think that's really funny. But Manhattan, Kansas, where Kansas State University is, I had a restaurant there. And I had another one in a few other cities, Salina, Kansas, Topeka, Kansas. So I had these restaurants that were like pizzerias in the malls, like Sbarro's, only way better pizza. And we started doing delivery because in that industry, if the mall traffic is slow, your sales are slow, fair enough? So during Christmas time, we're crushing it. Back to school, crushing it. The rest of the year, surviving. Like you're just scratching and surviving the rest of the year. And that's okay, that's that model. So we thought, you know what, our pizza's really good. If we can get outside the mall and we can do some delivery, then maybe, you know, that'll get our sales up outside of Christmas, outside of back to school, where it's just always up. The problem with that is it was very difficult. It was almost like a whole nother company. We had to figure out how to market. Nobody knew we did delivery, right? We had just started it. So no one was ordering from us. So we've like, okay, we got to spend money on marketing. Where? How? Then you got to hire people to drive. Insurance is pretty expensive. Then what we ended up with initially is we had a couple drivers just sitting around getting paid. You can only clean the restaurant so many times. You know, it's like, all right, there's nothing for them to do. Send one of them home, whatever. So my wife, she basically was like, hey, there's this company that does delivery. You should give them a try. So we did. The first week, so the guy comes in, he says, hey, we charge 20% of whatever the client orders, the food costs. And then we'll do all the marketing. Our drivers will come pick up the food. When you get an order, you make it. There's a little tablet you have. You just make the order. Our driver picks it up, and once a week, I'll bring you a check. I said, okay, you know, it sounds good. The first week, they brought us a check for $1,700. So I called our business partner. I said, hey, Mike, I said, we're not going to do our own delivery anymore. We need to use this guy. And so then we looked at Topeka, Kansas, was the second city. And I said, we need to do delivery there. There was no delivery companies. It's 2016, like Uber, DoorDash, like they were in like San Francisco, New York, Florida, Miami, you know, that was about it. They hadn't really gotten across the country. And so I said, you know what? I called the guy from Wildcat to Go, this little delivery company in Manhattan, Kansas, and his name was Scott. I said, hey, Scott, you need to open up in Topeka. I said, our restaurant, you can do delivery. And then we already had like 4 or 5 other restaurant owners that were like, hey, we'll do delivery with you as well. And I said, I can get you like 5 or 10 more. And he said, Tony, I'd love to, but we're just too busy. He's like, I'm so busy right now just running this one city. He's like, there's no way I could expand and open up another city. So I called Mike. I said, you know what, why don't we just open our own delivery company? And so one of our strengths is scaling, being able to build businesses quickly. And so within 2.5 years, we built an Inc. 500 company. We were doing deliveries in over 300 cities in the United States and Canada. So it went really well, really fast. And what our motto was basically going into cities that were a little smaller. Wichita, Kansas, Salina, Kansas, Des Moines, Iowa. You know, instead of trying to go into New York and go head-to-head with DoorDash, we went into smaller towns. And it worked really well. Then DoorDash, Grubhub, Uber Eats, I mean, these are $60, $50 billion a year companies. They're big. And so they started coming into those little cities. And while we could defend market share pretty well, attacking them in a city they were already in and trying to attack them and go into that city was a bad move. Like, we just never really got traction. And so we ended up realizing, you know what? We need to get with some of the bigger players. So we sold a third of that business to about a $200 million company called Eat Street out of Madison, Wisconsin. And then we merged a year later with a company called Delivery.com. And they're owned by a company called Cantor Fitzgerald. It's one of the bigger investment banks. When the United States wants to sell treasury bonds, Cantor Fitzgerald created the secondary market for treasury bonds. So they're big, you know, $1 trillion in assets, stuff like that. So we knew if we were going to compete with a $50 billion company, we'd just sidle up with a big company. And so that's what we did. The problem is everybody does delivery the exact same way. And every restaurant owner pretty much hates the delivery company that delivers for them, or all of them. Even my company, which was My Town to Go, which is now Delivery.com, they hate us because we charge 30%. That's about the average. So if the client, we sell $100 worth of their food, we charge them $30. And they hate it, but there's nowhere else for them to go. So we keep charging them 30%. And I remember when Paul started working with me in the delivery space, he helped us expand through the southeastern United States. And for about a year and a half, he was like, we've got to lower the price. And I was like, we don't have to lower the price. I was like, I'm not going to. And he kept pressing on me, kept pressing on me, kept pressing on me. And then in June of 2021, he said, here's the thought process. And I said, you know what? You might be onto something. So what he did is he said, let's do $2 flat rate delivery. So remember that example? This restaurant sells $100 worth of food and they get charged $30. Well, Paul was like, I'll charge them $2. Now, if you're the restaurant owner and a driver comes and picks up your food and takes it to your client and charges you $30, or a different driver comes and picks up your food and takes it to your customer and charges you $2, don't you think you'd want the $2 driver to pick up your food every time? Don't you think you might even kick out the drivers that are charging you $30 for that same order? So the question is, how can you do it though? How can you afford to do it? Well, DoorDash, Uber, Grubhub, like Super Bowl's coming up pretty soon. It's going to be here, actually down the road. There'll be DoorDash, Grubhub, and Uber Eats commercials. They'll pay millions of dollars for 30 seconds, fair enough? That's why they charge what they charge. With Snap, what we do, our first vertical was Snap Delivered. Instead of charging, clients $30 for a $100 order, 25, 30, 40% some of these companies charge. What we said is, you know what? We don't have to pay for advertising. What we'll do is we'll pay everybody who shares our app with people, we'll pay them to do that. And once they share the app, so if you sent me the app for Snap Delivered and I downloaded it and I ordered, you get paid. But we don't pay you until I place the order, right? But at the end of the day, you just got paid because you shared an app. How many times have we shared an app with somebody or a movie or a television show we liked? I was telling people, somebody was like, oh, you got to watch that new Yellowstone show, 1923 or something. I was like, maybe I will. Now, they're not going to make a penny for that. Does that make sense? But wouldn't it be cooler if you said, hey, you got to use this app, and I ordered, and you got paid $1 because I placed that order. And then let's say a month later, I just downloaded the app, I just went to my app and ordered again, you got another $1. A few days later, I ordered again, you get another $1. It can add up. What if you talk to a restaurant owner, and that restaurant owner is tired of paying 30% for a delivery to go out? They'd rather pay $2. Well, you can talk to that restaurant owner. What's cool is every time that order goes out, you get paid over and over and over again. So to give you an example, let's say you introduced 20 restaurants or 10 restaurants that did 20 orders a day. That's 200 total orders a day. You make 40 cents an order. Now, 40 cents doesn't sound like a lot of money. It's not a lot of money. 40 cents, if you see it on the ground, I guess I'd still pick it up. But it's not going to get you much, right? You used to be able to get like almost a candy bar. Now those days are long gone now. But if you had 10 restaurants doing 20 deliveries a day, you're making $2,400 a month. Now, I've had a few different mentors in business. I started in the business world right out of college, pretty much. I was very blessed. I had a mentor that was worth millions of dollars, and then I've had two mentors that were billionaires. And is it safe to say that people that are worth billions of dollars learn things maybe differently than my mom and dad taught me growing up? And that's not saying my mom and dad are bad or anything. My dad was a railroader for 43 years. My mom's was a substitute teacher. And so they didn't have billions of dollars, like we vacationed back to my dad's farm, back in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania area every year. Like that was our vacation. We drove We didn't fly or any of that stuff. And, you know, it is what it is. And what I found out real quickly is these billionaires thought way differently. And one of them said, you know, Tony, he goes, if you want to create wealth, and he said, you know, money is what you make while you're working. He said, wealth is what you make when you're not working. That's a big difference. See, if you're a doctor and you make $800 an hour and you're treating patients, you're making $800 an hour. But what if you stop treating patients? What if you don't go to the office, don't go to the clinic that day? You know what you make? Zero. If you're a lawyer and you charge $500 an hour for legal work and you don't go into work that day, you know what you make? Zero. So he goes, you can make a lot of money, but you're not wealthy. But what if you had 10 restaurants doing 20 orders a day and you were making $2,400 a month? Now here's what's great. Whether you get out of bed or not, if somebody orders food from that restaurant, you know what they're going to do? They're going to make the food. They're not going to go, hold on. Let me call Rodney and see if he's awake. Because I'm not making this food if Rodney doesn't get down here and help me make it. Like that never crosses the restaurant's mind. Fair enough? So my mentor said, if you want to create wealth, the first thing you want to do is figure out a way to create residual income. Do something once, get paid over and over and over again. Treating a patient as a doctor, there's nothing wrong with that if you're a doctor, but you get paid to treat the patient, then you don't get paid anymore if you're done with that patient. You move on to the next one, you move on to the next one. You sign up a restaurant once, they do a delivery today, you get paid. They do a delivery tomorrow, you get paid. The next day, over and over. Multiple deliveries a day, you get paid every single time. As long as that restaurant's making food and helping Snap Deliver get that delivery out, you're getting paid over and over and over again. Now, what if you also introduced 20 drivers? And they were doing 20 deliveries a day each? That's another $2,400. Because that's the other thing about residual income. If you get a driver and they get an order and they accept it, again, they're not going to turn around and go, well, let me see if Alex is up and working, because I'm going to go pick him up and make him come with me on. They're never going to pick you up and make you come on a delivery with them. Does that make sense? They might not be in the same state as you. Eventually, they might not be in the same country as you. Imagine having an order for sushi go out in Tokyo while you're asleep. And you wake up and in your wallet the next day, you see that you just got paid because somebody took a delivery, a driver that you had in Tokyo took a delivery and you got a piece of it. What if you bring in some customers as well? Let's say you refer 100 customers and they order a couple times a week. You make $1 for every time they place an order, so that's another $800. So overall, you're making over $5,000. Now, I looked at that and said, you know what? What if you did 10% of that? What if instead of 10 restaurants, you just brought 1? What if instead of 20 drivers, you brought 2? What if instead of 100 customers, you brought 10? And what if it took you 3 months to do it? What if it took you 6 months to do it? But then you're making 10% of that, still $500. Is that better than making 0 residual income? So the problem with residual income is most people don't know how to make it. I can tell you this. I've been in business for a long time. The 2 businesses that have created the best residuals for me, well, there are 3. I'd say there's 4. Four businesses, and we'll help you guys create a lot of residuals. Credit card processing, you could set your watch by our residuals because businesses take credit cards, and if you're setting up their credit cards and saving them money, you're getting paid over and over. So we have a credit card processing company that does $3 to $4 billion a year in transactions. So it's substantial and it's residual. It's really good. As good as that, or maybe even better, was restaurant delivery. If you looked at one of our cities and you said, now this is before Snap, if you look at, which still, I own the company with Delivery.com still, so if you look at Delivery.com and you pick a city and it did 1,000 orders today, I can guarantee you, no matter which city you pick, if it did 1,000 orders today, at least 700 of them or more were repeat customers. I mean, guaranteed. Like we've seen the data for years. We've done millions of deliveries, millions. And every single day, more than 70% of our deliveries, it's usually closer to 80%, are repeat, meaning if there were 1,000 orders, 700 or more of those orders, it was their second order, their third order, their 30th order, their 300th order. They were ordering over and over. Because you know what people do? They eat. And you know, they eat multiple times a day, and they eat every day. So that's residual, right? If I get that customer once, and they get hungry, and they order from me again, and they order from me again, and they order from me again, and I get paid over and over and over, that's how to create residual income. Now, you can also create leverage in your income. That's what my mentor said. He said that's even more important than residual. And what I want to talk about leverage, I'm going to talk about another vertical we have outside of delivery that's our Snap Financial vertical. And there's something called the Employee Retention Tax Credit. We partnered with a company called Jorns and Associates. We've actually got Justin Jorns, who's a CPA and founder, somewhere in this room. Don't raise your hand, Justin, or people are going to mob you afterwards and ask you a bunch of questions. So Justin's been helping clients through this ERC process, and he's been my accountant for about 15 years for several of my companies. We go back 41 years, I think, together. So we went to kindergarten together. We grew up together. So we've been friends for a long time, and then when he became an accountant, I was like, I can trust this guy. I went to kindergarten with him. Why don't you be my accountant? So he was. And then he educated me about this ERC program. And I said, you know what? I know a lot of restaurants that got hit pretty hard by the pandemic. You remember walking into restaurants and seeing like caution tape around the booths and stuff, or a sign, hey, this booth's not in use for social distancing requirements and things like that. So we knew the restaurants took hits. The retail clients that we had in our credit card processing business, I saw their credit card transactions. I saw the retail. I mean, you remember retail stores where you'd have a line and people would be standing there and then one would go in when one came out and you'd have to wait until, and then eventually a lot of people were like, you know what? I'll just order it on Amazon, right? They just left because they couldn't do it. And some of us in California, New York, remember you couldn't even go to the retail stores. They shut them down. So you can't do it. Stay home, stay safe, shelter in place. There was a lot of states where it was like, hey, you're not going out anyways. It's not an essential business. You're not getting it. And so we knew these companies were hit by this pandemic. So there was something called the CARES Act that created two things, the PPP loan program and the ERC program for those businesses that struggled. It created a lot more than two things, but those are two main things. At that time, you couldn't do both programs. It was PPP or ERC. You couldn't do both if you owned a business, one or the other. Then something called the Consolidated Appropriations Act passed, which included the Taxpayer Relief Act. This was December of 2020. CARES Act passed in March of 20. So a few months later, Tax Relief Act passed, and it changed the law. It said, you know what, if you're a business owner and you did the PPP loan, you're now allowed to do this ERC program. The problem was nobody knew it. Nobody knew the law changed because the Consolidated Appropriations Act is over 7,000 pages long. Business owners were trying to survive through the pandemic, figuring out how to keep people hired, figuring out how to hire more people as their cities started to reopen a little bit. They didn't have time to read 7,000 plus pages of legislation. And there's a lot of pages that had nothing to do with their business or anything like that. And so it really flew under the radar. So Jorns and Associates started educating business owners about the program, sharing the IRS guidance, the CARES Act, the Consolidated, like showing them the law. Because a lot of business owners were like, you know what, this sounds too good to be true. And a lot of those business owners, one of them said that to me probably like 6 months ago, and I said, his name was Rod. I said, Rod, I know it sounds too good to be true. I said, let me ask you something. I said, you took advantage of the PPP loans, right? He said, yeah, 2 draws. I said, how much did you get? He's like, the first draw was like $240,000, the second draw was like $360,000. I said, okay, you got that loan. Did you get it forgiven? And he goes, yeah. I go, so you got a couple $100,000, then another $300,000, so you got over $500,000, and you didn't have to pay it back? And he goes, nope. And I go, did that sound too good to be true? And he goes, yeah. And I go, well, the government's doing it again with this program. And he goes, I'm in. You know, because once he was educated, once he saw the IRS guidance, once he saw that, hey, this is a legitimate program. Now, that didn't mean he was going to qualify, but at least he wanted us to dig in and have the CPAs, have the tax attorneys, have those specialists dig into his data and see if he might qualify. And a lot of companies do. Jorns and Associates has helped over 10,500 clients apply for over $5 billion in ERC funding. So they made a huge impact for a lot of companies that really were struggling, and some of them are still struggling and trying to recover from what happened to them during the pandemic. The great news for each and every one of you is if you help to share this information with business owners, not only do you help them get this funding from the government, but you can make some pretty significant commissions for being the one that educates them about the program. And we have systems in place, trainings in place to teach you exactly how to do that. And it is extremely lucrative. As an example here, if you referred 10 ERC clients, the average client at Jordan's has about 25 employees and gets about $500,000 in ERC funding. If you brought in 10 clients that were average, that basically is bringing in $5 million in ERC funding. Now listen, there's clients we've got that get 50,000 or 100,000. There's clients that get 10 million. So this example is like you get 10 clients that each get about 500,000. You would get basically 10% of that's commissionable, of that 5 million. So 500,000 is commissionable. You get 40% of that 500,000. So that's $200,000. It pays out over time. We do have a promotion. It's almost over. The first $1 million in commissions we were going to pay out, the first 20% early. Like when we mail this filing to the IRS, when Jordan's mails it to the IRS, we release 20% of your commissions. That's for the first $1 million that pays out. We paid over $600,000 out. So yeah, there's people in this room that have made, yeah, that's pretty good. I know a lady just got, like 24 grand in her wallet the other day for one of her clients. Somebody else got 6,800, somebody else got 6,000. Listen, I'm not saying that to say, oh, you're going to do that. To be honest, most of you will never bring in one client, so you know what you'll make? $0, and that's okay. Like, you don't have to bring in any clients. Maybe you want to bring in a restaurant, but if you don't bring any restaurants, you won't make 40 cents an order either, and most people won't do anything, because that's life. I mean, most people don't make $200,000 in a year, let alone we've got people in this room that have brought in over 30 personal clients for ERC in their first 30 days in this room. But again, most of people aren't going to do what they did. They're not going to bring in any clients, which that's okay. So I'm not going to blow smoke in front of your eyes and go, oh, you just sign up and start making money. Listen, you got to take this serious. If you really wanted to do this, you got to go through the training. You've got to educate yourself. You need to become a student of this program in Snap Financial, and you'll learn exactly what you would say to a business owner to get them interested in watching a 5-minute and 29-second video. If they watch that video, once they see it, if you want, we have sales professionals that you can book an appointment in their calendar to talk to your business owner client. Answer any questions they have, help them move through the process. If you listen to a few of those calls, you might be able to just do them yourself, which is you're more than welcome to, or you can constantly use these professionals to help answer all the questions for you. So there's a system in place to help people succeed, but you have to work. And what my mentor said is what's great about creating leverage is what if you're not the best person at selling? What if you don't have the biggest network, but your cousin does? Your neighbor does? Your best friend does? You could introduce them to the Snap Partners family, and you can earn an override off the clients that they bring in to the Snap Financial Group, to the Snap Delivered Group, to the Snap Entertainment Group. So what if they've got way bigger network than you? What if they've got more influence than you, and they go out and build a huge organization? Now, they probably make a lot more money than you, but you can still make a percentage. That's leverage. Think about your latest career. Your boss, depending on how big the company is, the bigger it gets, the less your boss needs to show up. Fair enough? Small businesses, if the boss doesn't show up, usually people are like, I'm not going to work today. But when you get into big companies, they don't have to show up, and nobody cares. They don't even know what the big owners are doing. A lot of those owners of companies, you don't even know them. If they're just the chairman of the board and they're not even the CEO, you wouldn't know them. Because they don't have to show up. They've got hundreds of people or thousands of people that are working for them, and they make a percentage off all of them. That's life. That's every job everybody ever works. Eventually there's an owner that's making an override. Like my guys that worked in the pizzeria, I didn't make pizza really. They did. But I made I made more than they did off of the pizza because I was the owner. But I also lost more than they did when we had those months where nobody showed up. They didn't have to worry about that. But the owner has those employees working over and over. And the problem is, to own a business like that pizzeria, I mean, you can spend hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars to open restaurants like that, to be an owner, right? Here, it's free. You can sign up in Snap for free. And we have a training in place, a whole system in place that can teach people exactly what to do. This is kind of the disclaimer I went through. I didn't really go into income examples, actually. I just showed you. Somebody made $200,000. But training and support, we've got a system in place for if you said, I'd love to get restaurants, but what do you say to them? We'll teach you exactly what to say, word for word, to bring a restaurant on board. If you said, well, I'd like to talk to a business owner about ERC, how do I do that? We have training modules. There's 4 training modules you can go through, then a certification test you can go through. If you go through those 4 modules and the certification, you'll know more about ERC than most CPAs or tax attorneys that would get on the phone with you because a client wanted them to talk to you. And I'm not saying that to downgrade, CPAs, tax attorneys. It's a niche in the space, right? Like if you're my family doctor and I need shoulder surgery, you're not going to go, yeah, let me get up on here, sit down here, Tony, and let me grab a knife or something. You're a family physician. You're going, listen, we need to get you to a surgeon so they can do your shoulder surgery. Like, that's what they do. They're a surgeon. It's the same thing here. Most CPAs, there's 10 CPA firms that refer clients to Jorns & Associates for the ERC filing. There's 5 CPA firms Jorns & Associates has filed their ERC for them. The 2 largest law firms in this state are clients of Jorns & Associates. One of them does allow us to kind of use their name, and they'll do referrals and get on the phone with other lawyers and stuff like that. I'm not going to say it on a live with hundreds of people watching, but I just had somebody the other day that was like, hey, I've got a pretty big law firm, and they want to talk to another law firm. And so I made a call to this law firm in Arizona, and they're getting millions of dollars in ERC. I said, hey, would you talk to this other law firm? I said, absolutely. They were very pleased to get that money, and they knew, listen, they had tax attorneys. They had people that could do it. But the question for them was, do we take these people out of their day-to-day operation? Then they have to learn how to do this, and it's no joke. And if they make mistakes, could they potentially cost their client millions of dollars? Absolutely. So it's like, let's let the specialists handle this, so they used us. And then they're telling other law firms, like, yeah, you should use these guys. Like, they know what they're doing, they do it by the book, they cross the T's, they dot the I's. We're a huge law firm, and we used them, and we're extremely pleased that we did. So we've got those type of referrals and references that we can give out. We have our Tuesday night training every Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern time. That's done through our Zoom webinar software, so anybody can attend that pretty much anywhere in the world, I guess, but in the country for right now. And then we have plenty of other trainings as well. What I want to do to really wrap up is to bring up the visionary that really is the reason we're here. I told you earlier, this is a gentleman that for a year and a half was like, this is how we should do it, this is how we should do it. And I just ignored him. But $2, what it allowed us to do was disrupt that industry. If you disrupt an industry, and I'd never done that, he's more of that mindset. He disrupted the gold industry several years ago, and just the way people bought and sold gold. He disrupted that industry. And people made millions and millions of dollars because of it. I've always been like, my delivery business was, I did the same thing Uber and DoorDash and Grubhub did, but I just did it in smaller towns. I wasn't trying to disrupt them. I was just like, you know what? I'm going to carve out a little niche here where they're not, and I'm going to go in. And there's nothing right or wrong about that. But if you want to build a massive company and impact millions of people, you're not going to do it carving out a niche usually. You're certainly not going to do it at the same scale as you could do it if you disrupt an entire industry. Think about what Apple did to the music industry. Like, does anyone here buy CDs anymore? Just curious. There might be some people, does anyone here buy records anymore? There's a few, all right. My uncle does. Like, he'll go to an old record store and stuff like that. I don't think that's a very profitable business for most record store owners. I mean, I'm sure it's something they love, they're passionate about. They're not doing it to make millions of dollars. They just like the way it sounds or whatever. But don't all of us have almost every song we ever want right on our phone right now? So that disrupted an entire industry. Anyone here go rent a movie at their grocery store or at a Blockbuster recently? I don't think you can anymore. I don't know if the last Blockbuster closed or not. There was one in Oregon. I don't think it's around anymore. Still around? No? So I don't know if there's any folks from Oregon here. But Netflix disrupted that industry, right? Amazon disrupted that industry. Like, about any movie you want to see, you just click on your TV, on your smart TV, and you pull it up and download it and watch it. So that disrupted that industry. So what Paul wanted me to see, that vision of, we can disrupt the delivery space. And what I told him is, I said, listen, let's do it. You're right. Like, we can do this. And so within about 2 weeks of starting the Snap Partners family with Snap Delivered as our first vertical, Justin shared the ERC program with me. And so I co-founded Jorns & Associates with Justin. And so I told Paul, I said, listen, man, I'm going to get this thing going with the ERC. And when it's ready, I'll bring it into Snap. But I knew I couldn't bring it to Snap right away because Snap would bring in too many clients too fast. Like, my team wouldn't be able to handle it over at Jorns. And so in July of last year, I said, we're ready. And in just over 6 months, the Snap financial team, and a lot of them sitting right here, have brought in over 1,100 clients, over 500 million in ERC pretty much on the books. And it's about 50 million in commissions that'll end up being paid out. And the cool thing is, they haven't slowed down. Like, these guys that you're sitting next to are still bringing in client after client after client. So if this is your first time sitting here, I know I've given you a lot of information, but here's what I would recommend. Stick around. Paul will share a little bit of his vision of where we're at today, where we're headed tomorrow, and over the next few years, over the next few decades. And maybe it's something that catches your eye. There's verticals that people in this room will make more money off of than ERC, delivery, entertainment, and we haven't even started the vertical, and maybe that vertical doesn't even exist technologically yet. But we will constantly look to add value. Every business I've ever started with, I always have a mission statement. Like with delivery, it was a simple mission. My mission statement was pretty simple. If we tell a client that their food's going to be there in 30 minutes or less, we better get it there in 30 minutes or less. And if we don't, we make it right. And the second piece to that mission statement was, we want the food to be as close to in-restaurant quality as possible. So we bought the high-end warming bags. We limited our delivery radius so we weren't driving for 20, 30 minutes and getting cold fries and stuff like that to clients. So get them their food when we tell them we're going to get them their food, and make sure it's high-quality food. And we honored those missions, and we built an Inc. 500 company. With Jorns & Associates, it's ACE, A-C-C-E. There's 2 C's in it. Accuracy, compliance, communication, efficiency. Make sure we're accurate with our filing. Make sure we're compliant with the rules that the legislation and the IRS have laid forth. Make sure we communicate and be as efficient as possible. Before you even look at those mission statements, as I started those companies, there's an underlying mission for every business I've ever started, and it's to add value. Add value to the client. Do I have a product or service that the client needs? If I don't, I won't move forward in that space. Does that make sense? If I can't add value to the client, are there certainly people that sell something that they know is not really that valuable, but they just sell it so they can make money? Listen, whether I'm not saying that's right or wrong or whatever. From a philosophical standpoint, I don't agree with doing that. I'm not judging that person. If they want to do it, that's fine. They can go sell whatever they want to sell. I'm a free market capitalist. Hey, if you can sell it and the guy will buy it, knock yourself out. I will not do that. If I feel like I can add value, meaning whatever I'm offering them is worth as much or more than the money they're giving me, now we're talking. Now I'll look at stepping into that space. But that's not the only thing I look to add value. Can I add value to the employees or the contractors that work for my company? So if I start the company and I know I can add value to the client, I also need to make sure I can add value to the team that operates the company. If I can say yes to that, all right. The third thing is, can I add value to my partners? Can I add value to the sales reps, the agents, the people that are out there putting the shoe leather to the payment, knocking the doors, making the phone calls, talking to friends, talking to family, and sharing the information? Can I add value to them? Because they're really the ones building the company. Without them, nobody would know we exist. So if I can answer yes to those three things, I'll move forward on a business operation. I can add value to the client, I can add value to the operating team, and I can add value to the sales staff, the partners that are out there building. And I don't know if there's anything I can do better to add value to you than to introduce the gentleman that really had the vision that put us where we're at today. Everything happens for a reason. This gentleman hammered on me for 1.5 years. And I just, for whatever reason, my eyes weren't open. And then finally, we had a conversation, and I said, you know what? You're right, man. Like, I get it. And he's got a vision and a goal for this company. And at first, when he told me kind of one of his main goals, which was helping to create 5 billionaires within our company, that's a lofty goal. It's never been done in our industry. But he's got that vision that it's like he's just crazy enough that he might pull it off. And so I wanted to be a part of it. I didn't want to sit on the sidelines and watch him do it and go, man, I should have been there helping, like I should have been right there. But I just knew he had the right vision. He's got the biggest heart. He wears it on his sleeve. At the end of the day, he's somebody that if you're loyal, if you're working hard, he'll go to the ends of the earth to help you win. He'll do whatever he can in his power to help each and every one of you go get those restaurants, go get those drivers, go get those ERC clients. He's got that heart of a servant leader. So without further ado, I want to bring up our CEO, our founder, my good friend, Mr. Paul Mikel.
Thank you.
Yeah, buddy.
Oh, please, you can sit down. Y'all just wanted to stand up. Rich, am I up? So Rich, y'all just wanted to stand up because Tony went too long. I'm just kidding. Tony said really nice things about me, which is awesome, but without Tony, there's not a chance I would have even attempted this, because you can tell which one of us is the smarter one, and I've only spoke for about 30 seconds. He's the brilliant one. Like, he's the one that's extremely, when Tony and I sit and talk about pay plans, about 4 seconds in, I'm like, oh, that's awesome. Like, I want to watch TikTok. Like, that's how our relationship is. And so, Tony was somebody, when I first met Tony, I'll tell you real quickly, I was actually in Wichita, Kansas a couple weeks ago on accident, and that'll never happen again. Just kidding. So Tony lives in Wichita, Kansas. Like, seriously, I get there and I'm like, why do you still live here? But his family's there. Tony's a very family-oriented person. And I was in Texas, and to get Tony's attention, like, he's busy. I was in Texas, I'm like, it's 5 hours away, there's no flights that go there. If I want Tony's undivided attention, I'm going to Wichita, Kansas. Some of you won't drive across the street to talk to a business, but I needed my partner's full attention so I could do some software stuff and make some decisions. And so I drove 5 hours to Wichita, Kansas, and it was 19 degrees when I got there, and I'm like, God, you're an idiot, Paul. Like, serious, this business is not that important. But I wanted to be there because I needed him. Like, when it comes to money, he's one of the smartest people I've ever met. Whenever I showed him the pay plan I wanted to use, he goes, oh, that's cute. And I'm like, thanks. I took it as a compliment, but he meant it sarcastically. And he said, that's a 1994 pay plan. I'm like, yeah, because my mentor wrote it, not me. And he goes, well, I'm going to bring it into the 21st century. And I'm like, pretty sure there was a slap in my face in there somewhere, but that's all right. But he is one of those people that if you want to do something, He's just got that brain that works like that. Like, my brain doesn't work like that. Like, I can go in short spurts. Garrett knows me very, very well now. Garrett knows about 15 minutes to any serious conversation. There's a joke coming, or I've got to go, or I mean, some of you get on the phone with me, and I'm going to tell you one of my secrets. If I ever say, oh my God, I got to take this call, there's not another call. Evelyn told me one day, she goes, oh my God, you've been doing that to me for a year. And I'm like, why do I tell you what I do to you? But I like to have fun. Like, there's a gentleman in the back of the room named Jerry Broder. When I first got into this type of an industry, I was 24 years old. I was living in Texas. I was financially killing it. And by killing it, I mean I was almost dead, because I was living with 3 guys in a house. I had no car. I was waiting tables in a country club, and things were not well. Like, I didn't even go to college, and I was already $80,000 in debt. Like, that's good. Like, if you can get 80 grand in debt and not do it from student loans, like, I don't even know how I did it. I'm like, oh, they'll give me another card. I was not a financially sound person. My dad will tell you, I thought because I had checks left, I still had money. And he goes, that's not how it works. I'm like, well, I'm gonna need you to help me get out of this. So at 24, though, I sat in a seat, kind of like what you're sitting in an office in Fort Worth, Texas. Jerry Broder and I worked in that office. And for the first time in my life, I'm like, holy crap, I can do something. Because I didn't go to college, wasn't in the cards for me. My parents are brilliant. I'm adopted, so I didn't get any of their smart blood. But my mom went to finish college in 3 years and high school in 3 years. My dad's a computer genius. And I should have been working at Fry's, you know, at the drive-thru or something like that. But I met a guy at 22 that goes, listen, your personality can get you somewhere. If you're willing to learn, if you're willing to change things. How many of us don't like to change, right? There's some of you that this weekend, we're going to say stuff and you're going to go, well, I agree with that, I agree with that, don't agree with that, I'm not listening to that. And you're going to pick and choose, right? I had a guy at 22 that goes, listen, what you've done has got you where you're at. What I've done has got me where I'm at. And I have 72 cars, all worth over $100,000 a piece, and you don't have a car. And I'm like, Jesus, Pete, why are you people mean? But it wasn't mean, it was just like they're putting it in my face. And most of us don't like that, right? If you work with me very long, you'll find out I'm an in-your-face type person. I just am, because it's like, I'm not here to play. I don't have time to play around. Like, I don't have time to sit around and watch CNN and Fox and I go to my parents' house for Christmas, and I'm like, can y'all do something other than watch Fox? Like, seriously, no wonder y'all are angry. Like, I don't care if it's CNN or any of them, you're gonna be angry, right? Like, if you put garbage in your head all day long, aren't you gonna get garbage out? And so at 24, I decided to make a change. And it's like, I was in a seat like you, I went into an office, and I was supposed to go back for a follow-up the next day, and I didn't show up. How many realize when you don't show up for an interview, they usually don't call you back? This guy calls me, and this is gonna show you, I hate this, how old I'm about to show you I am, but I had one of those long curly cords that felt like you had your own cell phone because you could go anywhere in the house. It was like 800 feet long. And I answered the phone, and I'm like, hello? And he's like, hey, Paul, this is so-and-so. It was actually Brian Williams, I think. He's like, hey, Paul, this is so-and-so. You didn't show up for your follow-up this morning. And I said, you're right. I said, you know what? I've decided to I'm going to go a different direction. I had no direction, but I was going to sit out there and tell this guy. What had happened was I called my parents. How many of you have done that before? Some of you got involved in our business, and somebody goes, oh, my God, you're getting in another one of them things. Right? Anybody? Oh, how many of these companies have you been in? How many of these times have you tried it? Well, you know what? Until you die, don't you want to keep trying? You only got to be right once. I'm telling you, one time. I've had a couple of big things hit in my life, nothing bigger than what we're doing here. But it's like, you got to keep going, you got to keep trying. So this guy, though, he's on the phone with me. And listen, if you don't like stories, I'm not the one to listen to, because everything I do is stories. I was always told facts tell, stories sell. And so I'm sitting there on the phone with this guy, and he goes, why didn't you show up? And I said, well, I decided to not blah, blah, blah. What happened was I called my parents. I went from being this kid that they knew was broke, had no money, thought he had money because he had checks. And I called my parents up, I'm like, oh my God, you don't understand, I'm gonna get rich, and blah, 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 blah. And my dad's like, oh my God, do they sell water filters? I'm like, yeah, and he goes, your aunt tried to do that and it didn't work out for her. And I'm like, okay. And then he kept going, you need to go to college. I'm like, did nobody see what high school did not work out so well for me? I failed Algebra 1 twice. I took it as a senior and a freshman because I enjoyed it so much. I'm like, college is not what I should do. But I started listening to my parents, right? Because I respected them. I wanted to get their favor. And so this guy on the phone, though, goes, listen, who did you talk to? And I'm like, I didn't talk to anybody. He goes, I'm sure you talked to somebody. He goes, do me a favor, take your thumb. All of you do this right now with me. He goes, take your thumb, put it in the middle of your back. And I did, idiot I am, on a Tuesday or Wednesday morning, I've got the thumb in the middle of my back, just like all you idiots are doing it with me. But he goes, what do you feel? And I said fat, and he goes, no, dummy, that's your spine. Why don't you call me when you get one? And hung up the phone on. And y'all think I'm rough. I had one of my mentors walk by my desk, it probably was Jerry, but walk by my desk one day because I just wasn't getting it and I wasn't working hard and I wasn't doing what I was supposed to do. Because how many of us see so many people get excited and fired up and say they want to get wealthy, but then they don't do what it takes to get there? They just don't. And my mentor, one of the guys in the office, walked by my desk and threw a Burger King thing on my deal, on my desk. And I go, what is this? And he goes, you obviously don't want to get wealthy. Why don't you go apply there? Make sure they move you up to fries because that's where the big money kicks in. And I sat there for 10 minutes looking at that thing, and I got pissed. I was so mad, so mad. But what it did was it finally got me out of my own head. It finally got me on a path. Now, I would much rather listen to a book by any motivational person. Like, I go play golf every single morning. I walk 18 holes. Don't worry, it's only a par 3, so it's not like that big a deal. But I get it done, and I listen to a book every single morning. I surround myself with people like Tony and Kenny and Rochelle and Garrett and all these people in our team. I don't go outside of our team that much because guess what? The rest of the world sucks to me, in my opinion. Because I don't want to listen to people that are negative. I don't want to listen to people that are upset. I don't want to listen to people that, like when we have these weekends, it's my most favorite time because I get to be around people that are going to the same goal. And we've got some stuff this weekend, I'm telling you. I'm not going to take much more of your time. We're going to do about an hour's worth of training. And there's 2 things I want to do tonight. If you're first time you're here seeing us, if you're not here for the whole weekend, you might want to stick it out and stay with us. But we're going to take about a 10-minute break, and then we're going to come back up, and Tony and I are going to go through 2 things tonight that I think will set this whole weekend off right. But I will tell you this. When I got started in this industry, I'm not who I am now. I was not that person. When Tony talks about this afternoon, we had a meeting, and he talked about how you become that person that doesn't have to be motivated. There's 4 different types of people in the world. There's unmotivatable. How many of us know people that are unmotivatable? Like no matter what you do, they're not getting off that couch. Now they're gonna talk about it, right? How many of you have those people that are so, oh my God, I'm gonna get, like, I had a friend of mine, when I got started in this industry, I came home, once again, financial genius, left broke, came back financial genius, and I said to him, I go, man, we're gonna get rich. And he goes, just sit down, it'll go away, it'll pass. And I was like, but it didn't pass. So there's unmotivatable people. Those people are not in this room tonight. Promise you. Some of you, when you're going out and you're talking to people and you're showing the business or you're talking to a business owner, there's some of you that go, well, I need to get this one. Tell me what to say to this one. And I would say, bye. Like, goodbye. That's what I would say. Because you don't need to get every single person. How many of you, if you had to convince somebody you're dating or in a relationship with that every single day, do you still love me? You're going to still love me tomorrow. Like, isn't that get old? It's the same thing people do in business every single day. I learned a long time ago, I don't recruit, I sort. I show it to you. If you've got it, great. There's people that a year ago sat in seats like you're sitting in tonight, and they will come up to me. Don't do this weekend, but one of you invariably will. And walked up. Arthur was one of those people. He's one of the only people that ever stuck it out, but he goes, don't forget my name. You'll remember my face. And in my head, I'm like, you just quit. Because usually the people that brag about stuff aren't the ones that stick with it. So unmotivatable people aren't here. Now, at 24, I was motivatable. Like, depending on who I was around, I was motivated. How many of you are like that? Like, you're motivated one time, and then when you go around those people, you're depressed, and you go around those people, and you want to kill people, and you go around your family, and you want to kill them, right? That's motivatable. Then there's motivated. I finally got myself to the motivated point when I was about 27. And then it turned into where I became a motivator. And I'll tell you right now, it's so much better to be a motivator than me to any one of those other three. Because guess what? When I get up in the morning, I have a group of people that count on me. I don't get to sleep until noon. I don't get to watch TV all day long. I mean, TikTok in between stuff, but I don't get to be somebody that's a loser anymore because I put myself in a position where I can't. I put myself in a position where I have to go out. I put myself in a position where I can't let my partners down. Like Tony and I will be up in the middle of the night sometimes talking about stuff. Evelyn, so you've got people on our staff that don't get paid half, anywhere near what you'll get paid in commissions on our stuff that care more than some of you. And I'm not saying that to be mean, but it's true. Like they'll work till 11 or 12 at night because you know what? They caught the vision that we have. So this weekend, my goal is to get some of you from that motivatable to that motivated or the motivated to the motivators. Because guess what? When we do this next time, we should have 5 times what's in this room. Yes, sir. But I tell you right now, this isn't a shitty place to be, is it? No, you can't get motivated walking around this place. I will pay for you to get your plane ticket and go home. Because you need to see a doctor. Like, this place is sick. And the thing about it is, when I was 24 and I was around people like Jerry Broder, like, it's very nostalgic for me. This building, this place was the first big training I ever went to in that company. 1,600 people down the hall. And I learned about how personalities worked. And I learned about, like, so many people learn personality tests, and they're like, oh, this is me. Who cares what you are? You already know what you are. But you got to learn how to use that to motivate other people. They say there's art of persuasion. It is an art. Like, some people just, like, they do it wrong. You know, and I can't tell you exactly how to do it. You're going to have to figure out how to make your personality work. But 2 things that we're going to do tonight are going to be extremely powerful. We're going to teach you about personality stuff real quick because I want you to start tomorrow morning with a clean slate. I want you to wake up tomorrow morning and be ready to go. How many of you are excited now? Good. We're going to take 10 minutes and then we'll be going.
Give me your attention, baby. I got to tell you a little something about yourself. You're one of our flawless, ooh, you a sexy lady. But you walk around here like you wanna be someone else. Ooh, whoa. I know that you don't know it, but you're fine, so fine. Fine, so fine. Ooh, whoa. Oh, girl, I'm gonna show you when you're mine, oh, mine. Mine, oh, mine. Treasure, that is what you are. Honey, you're mine. Treasure you. If you let me treasure if you let me treasure you. Pretty girl, you should be smiling. A girl like you should never look so blue. You're everything I see in my dreams. I wouldn't say that to you if it wasn't true. Whoa, I know that you don't know it, but you're fine, so fine. Fine, so fine. Ooh, whoa. Oh, girl, I'm gonna show you when you're mine, oh, mine. Mine, oh, mine. Treasure, that is what you are. Honey, you're my golden star. You know you can make my wish come true. If you let me treasure you. 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 Oh, oh. I said, ooh, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I said, ooh, I'm drowning in the night. Oh, when I'm like this, you're the one I trust. Oh, I said.
If everyone could grab your seats and move towards the front, please.
But these tears I can't hold inside. Losing you within my life, you see. 'Cause you mean that much to me. You could have told me yourself that you love someone else. Instead, I heard through the grapevine. Not much longer would you be.
Oh, thank you. Right. Let's go. Rich, leave music up a minute, just a little bit. All right, if everybody could come on in.
Let me introduce you to my party people in the club.
I'm loose, and everybody knows I get off the train. Niggas the truth. I'm like Inception. I play with your brain, so don't sleep or
Rich.
snooze. I don't play no games, so don't get it confused. No, cause you will lose. Yeah. Now pump it up and back it up like a Tonka truck.
If you go hard, you gotta get on the
All right.
floor.
Here we go. So I need you to have energy for the next hour. I know some of you it's past your bedtime. Some of you, this would just be when you're getting ready to go out. So, easy. There's nobody who wants to go out with you, so. You go out every Friday to do what? Shut up. I know him very well. So. If you're looking for one of those polished speakers like Tony, I'm not it. But Tony's not as nice and sweet as y'all all think he is either. So this is a weekend. You know, there's a lot of people that haven't got here yet. They'll be here in the morning. But I commend you for showing up tonight. There's some people that they just won't go out of their way for anything. I mean, there's people that will come at noon tomorrow and then gripe because they missed a part. And it's like, it could have been from 9 to 12 that you missed that part. So what I want to do, though, is I want to ask you a couple questions. Like, somebody tell me one of the reasons why you came here this weekend. Like, what prompted you, motivated you to be here? What do you want to get out of this weekend? Okay, easy. I don't have my whistle yet, but I will. What did you say? Learn what? Okay. What else? Somebody else. What happened? To meet us? Me more than Tony, though, right? Oh my God, all these nice buzzwords y'all get from seminars. Inspiration, synergy. Oh, for God's, just get divorced. Change.
More money.
Divorce. No. What? Not one of you said the right answer. The right answer is change yourself. Because I promise you, it all starts right here. Like, my brain was the biggest thing. My parents, when I went to this thing, they go, oh my God, you went to one of those seminar things and you got brainwashed. And I didn't have the comebacks then that I have now. But I went back, I go, that guy said, my dad said I'm getting brainwashed. And he goes, well, if your brain wasn't dirty, it wouldn't need washing, would it? And I'm like, that's a good point, but I'm not gonna say that to my dad because he will punch me. He's from Texas and he's in a concealed, open carry state. So all these things, they're important, right? But it really starts right here. It starts with, you hear these buzzwords so many times. It's like if you watch TikTok or any social media and you see people put up these motivational things all day long, right? They put up motivational things, but do they ever really change? Do they have the action that goes with it? Like, I don't have to call Tony and see if he's working. He doesn't have to call me and see if I'm working. Like, we have something way bigger than ourselves. And that's one of the things I want you, and I told you no shots from the side, didn't I? What did I exactly say to you? What did I say? No, what did I say? Go over there. Go over there. It's not like I didn't say it 8 times to you, Lane. I said, don't shoot from the side because my double chin hits everything and I don't need you out there. What does he do? Right from the side the whole night.
I told him to only shoot me from the side.
Oh, Tony just wanted his mustache to be out there. Lane's learning what it's really like to work with me right now. I called him yesterday and I was yelling and he's like, I could just tell on his phone, like, I wish I would not have answered this call. I'm very, very passionate about it, but I promise you, like Tony said, if you're around me, like I will die for someone. I will. Like that's just how I am, how I'm built. Like when Tony decided he wanted to do this, when Kenny, Michelle, and Garrett, like these are people that I 100% trust implicitly. Does that make sense? And when you're building a team of people, that's the kind of people you want. And a lot of you need to get, there's a lady that walked up to me and goes, oh my gosh, I love your energy, I love your passion. And it's like, some of you try to go out and you talk to people about this business, and you're like, hey, this is so exciting. Alex is here. Alex is one of my really, really good friends. Sometimes I want to stab him with a knife so that he gets excited. Alex, you just got $1 million. That's awesome. I'm so happy to hear that. I'm calling him out on stage because maybe this will do it. I'm just kidding. But you got to have excitement. You got to have energy. There's 3 rules when I do any business, and these are forever. Jerry can tell you. These did not come from me. The first rule is what? Get excited. Some of you have been through this and y'all still don't get it. How many of you have ever heard you retain 7 to 10% of what you see in here? Some of you have heard me do these 3 rules over and over and over, and you still don't know them. Get excited. How many of you can do that? Guess what the second part of that is, though? Stay excited. A lot of people get excited. Staying excited is hard. Now listen, when Tony says we live for these weekends, we do because we do them once a quarter. So the last week before this training, Evelyn's about to snap on people. Everybody else is madder than they've ever been, except me. Because I'm like, it's finally almost here. They're going to come together. We'll all sing Kumbaya. They'll all go home. And I'll have 2 months of no anger directed at me as much. I promise you, this weekend, when you start building a team, and we talked about you want to bring people, you're going to want to feed them into our system because when they come in here, they either get it or they don't. Like when you walk out of here at the end of this weekend, some of you will be like, I'm in this and I'm not going to quit no matter what. I'm going to stay until it works. And then some of you might go, you know what? This isn't really what I want to do, but I found my passion. I don't care if this is your passion or not. I want you to find your passion. Because that's all. My parents are Southern Baptist. I grew up Southern Baptist. My parents wanted me to be a preacher. That didn't work out for them. They wanted me to go be a preacher, and they taught me how to speak I spoke in front of all these little kids. My mom made me do backyard Bible clubs. She paid me $5 a club. I'm pretty sure she was selling Jesus, and that's against whatever rule. But I learned all these things when I was younger, and I felt like a failure because I didn't want to go into the ministry. But I knew I wanted to help people. So now it's like I get to do what my mom wanted me to do, but just in a different vein. So it's like you got to find whatever your passion is and get excited. And if you're not excited about it, why do it? So get excited. The next step is pay attention. How many think that that's a hard thing in America now? I got ADD worse than any one of you in this room, I promise. You can take all the ADD y'all all got, put it together, and it still doesn't equal what I have. Because it's bad. Like I can't, that's why I do business, because you know what? When I get focused, I can stick with it. Like, and you gotta make when Tony said I have a big goal of creating 5 billionaires, I have to make a goal so big that I can't just hit it. Like creating $1 million company, and I'm not saying it to like be cocky or arrogant, but that's not as big a deal. Used to be if I would have made $3,000 in a month, I would have thought I was a millionaire. But when you hit it, don't you reset your goals and reset your goals and reset your goals? And that's what we've done. But delivery, I'll just be honest with you. I did not, when Tony started talking to me about delivery the first time, I'm like, what has happened to him? I am not going to do delivery. Like, this does not fire me up to get out of bed. Oh, yay, let's go take food to people that hate you. Like, that's not what I wanted to do. But when Tony shared the vision of real, true residual income, isn't that what most people want? True mailbox money, and that's why they jump from company to company to company to company. And it's so funny because when Tony and I he came down to Florida last week, and we were sitting there talking at breakfast, and Tony goes, I can't believe nobody's figured out what we're doing. I'm like, I can't either. Like, why has no company said, hey, instead of having one product, why not open it up so you can have them all? Like, we can take any product and put it into our company. My mentor taught me a long time ago, if you build strong people that are very well trained, it doesn't matter the product. It really doesn't. How many of you know somebody that could sell, they say sell ice to Eskimos or whatever it is? They're just a salesperson. That's what I wanted to become. It didn't matter. I've done mortgages, I've sold rehab, I've almost been in rehab, like, I've done all these different things because you know what? When I have passion about something, I can sell anything. And it's not selling then. So get excited, pay attention. You got to be careful who you pay attention to, huh?
Right.
I mean, some of you have someone that got you into this company, and the minute they got you in this company, they quit. Or they went, I had a lady that came up to me tonight and goes, I don't even know what happened to the person that got me in. And I said, that's why we do this. That's why we have online trainings. That's like why we're going to do this. Listen, we'll get bigger and bigger and bigger. This is nothing compared to where we'll be in a year. But guess what? This is bigger than it was in October, and it's in a better place. I mean, cost enough. This one right here is the most important one. Never quit. You can't lose and you can't fail if you don't quit. I tell a story all the time. It's like if you have a married couple, they're 80 years old, nothing but the F word comes out of their mouths at each other. They haven't failed in their marriage as long as they're still together, right? May not be the greatest marriage, but they're still in it. And it's the same thing with this. I got successful in spite of myself. I just said, you know what? I'm not as smart as Tony. I'm not as smart as all these other people. I'll never understand the pay plan 100%, but I'll outwork every single one of them. When they're sleeping, I'll be making calls. Like, that's what I do. I'll outwork because I'm too stupid to quit. It's the truth. So what I want to do quickly, and if you haven't, how many have ever taken the personality quiz with us? Good. We're going to do it again really quickly. Daniel's actually changed it. If you have a phone that's not an Android, I'm just kidding. Oh, some of you just finally got offended. You can't talk about Androids like that. Well, then you're not going to want to be here the rest of the weekend. I'm just messing with you. Tony's an Android user. Yeah, well, that's a certain personality type. So I want you to download this, and then Daniel, once they get it done, can you pull up some of the questions so we can go through it? What are you doing? Can you pull it up can you get that ready? Daniel, you know what I'm talking about? The first question so I can go through it. If anybody's having trouble. What's the actual website so I can say it out loud? Maybe someone can type it in. ibos.snapdelivered.com. So you can go to your browser, pull up IBOS, the letters IBOS. Say it again. I'm just kidding. My ADD just went haywire. ibos.snapdelivered.com. Oh, thanks, Arthur, for not giving it all. Yeah, we should. Daniel, let's get a...
Snap personality.
Daniel, we should buy a domain just for this, like easier. Everybody got it? Yes. All right, Daniel, can you go to the questions? Daniel. Yeah, you can start, but I mean, let me tell you what to do. Have you taken it before? Okay. Don't worry, Daniel, I got it. Ooh. It's not my fault. I want to burn my hands. It's Arthur. I can do that with him. All right, so here's the directions. You're going to have 12 points. There you go. Go back up to the top. So you're going to get 12 points. There's 6, 4, 2, and 0. You should probably explain this.
You get 12 points. You want to turn me on?
I do.
My wife's watching live. Divide 12 points amongst the answers. So go to the first set of questions. There's going to be everything groups in 4, basically. 4, 0, 2, 4, 6, and 2 of 4, 0, 2, 4, 6, 3 of 4, same thing. So go back up to the first one. So when you're answering this, you want to be honest. You want to be quick. Don't overanalyze this. Go with your gut. On this entire test, what does your gut tell you? So, to the first question, go up higher.
Go up, Daniel.
Scroll up. That's not the first.
Daniel.
There you go. So here's the first question. When creating a strategy for your business, you would like the person you're dealing with to, 1, be non-confrontational and realize the importance of establishing a good working relationship.
Ooh, you're in trouble. First night.
Am I on now?
Ooh, you're in trouble.
Didn't you tell me I was green?
I thought it was green. I don't know why you're asking me.
Are you colorblind?
Maybe. I don't see any colors except love.
So here's how I do this. I read all 4 of these questions. Can you shrink this so we can see more than that? That's way better. So go up a little bit. There we go. So see if I can see all 4 of these at once. So when I'm dealing with people, I want to be non-confrontational, realize the importance of establishing a good working relationship, discuss all possibilities and be as direct as possible, or a practical solution with results is what counts approach, or logically think through and outline the task before attempting to start. How I do this test is I look at those 4 and I go, which one is most like me, and I pick 6. Which one is least like me, and I pick 0. And then I've only got 2 of them remaining, and then I'll just say, okay, is this one more or less than the other one? And then the more is 4, and then the less is 2, and then I move on to the next set. So you'll have 1 question with a 6, 1 with a 4, 1 with a 2, 1 with a 0.
Anybody not understand that? 6, 4, 2, and 0.
So even if you say, well, none of these are like me, you can't put 4 zeros. Does that make sense? You've got to pick 1 with a 6, 1 with a 4, 1 with a 2, 1 with a 0. I always start with my 6, then I go to my 0, and then I go figure out the other 2. So you want to go through, and every one of them is in sets of 4 like this for this part of the test. So go to the next question. I'll go through one more real quick. So the next one is when dealing with a face-to-face situation with someone, your approach is serious and sometimes passive with my message, responsive and attentive, usually energetic, bright and quick, somewhat assertive, or quantitative, individualistic, and smart. So when I'm dealing face-to-face, I'm finding what's my most, liked, 6. What's my least like, 0, and then I fill in the other 2. And you're just going to keep going through that.
Go through the first section. Don't go to part 2. Rich, play a little song. Dead air. Make sure you answer them quickly, too. Like, just don't try to overthink it. Some of you are going to have a hard time with this part.
My mama called, see you on TV. Sunset shit done changed. Ever since we was on, I dreamed it all. Ever since I was young, they said I won't be known. Now they always say congratulations. Worked so hard for them on 2 vacations. They ain't never had the dedication. People hate taking change and look, we made it. Yeah, we made it.
When you're done, so I can kind of get an idea as we go.
Took it so long, where only fools gone. I shook the angel and young. Now I'm rising from the ground, rising up to
overthink this. Just go with your gut. Don't
Are you
overthink it.
overthinking? No, not yet. Only part two. Oh. You went ahead? Did we? Yes, you did. After you already went through something. All right, anybody else? Not done yet? Raise your hand if you're not done.
Keep going. Just the first part. The first part's the 6, 4, 2, and 0. Don't go to the next page yet.
Gary took this test a long time ago too. And I said, so what are yours now? And he goes, well, it's more of a square now, but I used to almost be an axe murderer, I think.
I've been the same score. I've been an expert ever since I started.
All right, who hasn't finished? All right, now you got to move. You start at 9.
Right? Give another minute.
One more minute.
Don't want to overthink it. 6, 4, 2, 0. Go to get the 6, get the 0, fill in the other 2.
You're going to say what?
Go to the next page.
All right, Daniel, you're going to have to go through. You're going to have to answer it all, right? Huh? Just go to the next. Could you go to the next?
Yeah, he's got to answer question 20.
You get it.
He answered them all except for 20.
Oh, okay.
That's 19. 20. Bang.
I'm so impressed with you, Daniel.
And 22.
Well, except now not.
I don't see anything at 23 either, or...
Just put anything.
I think he got him.
Right?
Yeah, there's a 30. You're getting closer to the end. Just... So once
you missed another one. Go back up.
31.
Daniel.
31's got a... I thought,
32.
like
32. God, you were so close.
Victory.
Oh my God, I'm so excited.
Never quit.
Yeah.
All right, so part 2. So hopefully you got all those answered. Now this is a little different. So scroll up to the top. So when completing part 2, read the question carefully. You have 4 points. You can disperse them as you feel they appeal to you. Read the statements carefully before responding. Do not try and overanalyze again. Go with your gut on these. You'll get more accurate results if you're spontaneous rather than thinking of extreme situations in which both statements might possibly be true of you. Remember, there's no right answers and there's no personality type that's better than any other. You may divide 4 points equally between 2 choices in any way you think they are rated. So you could do a 1 and a 3, a 2 and a 2, a 4 and a 0. So scroll down, I'll go through the first one. Okay, so these questions are basically going to be combined. So it says 1 of 2 and 2 of 2. So number 33 and 34 are connected. I'm a social person and I love people, or I am a use my mind type and I love to come up with new ideas. So if both of those are like you do 2 and 2. If you go, I'm not social at all, 0. You know, maybe 1. But you've got to divvy up the 4 points. So go up top again. So on this one, so let's say I'm organized and very systematic, or I am a now person and a go-getter. If I'm very organized, but you know, maybe I do have a little bit of spontaneity, whatever, maybe I'm a 3 on 35, then I've got to be a 1 on 36. It's got to equal 4. Keep going. Just start answering if you got it. So every question, these 2 are together. I'm fashionable and care how I look in public. I'm a leader and take on changes.
So every couple of questions have to equal
4. So you've got, these questions are side by side. You have 4 points. Divvy them up however you want. So like on this one, I'm informal and conservative, or I'm caring, not confrontational, and I love people. If you go, listen, I'm not conservative at all, like 0. And I'm really caring, 4. But if you look at it and go, I'm not that conservative really, but I'm probably only a 3 on this other one, then you go back and put a 1 on the informal and conservative. You've got to divvy up 4 points. Does that make sense? You've got to. Our next version of this test will do the math for you. Like when you click like a 4 on one, it'll automatically put a 0 in the other one. We're working on that.
You didn't like your changes, Daniel.
I did like his changes. His changes are great.
Just mess with
I just keep giving him new ones every time. Daniel stays pretty busy on the stuff we have him doing, so.
And he does extremely well. And he puts up with me.
Yeah. We all kind of do.
No.
So, keep going through these. 4 points, divvy them up between each one. Yeah, a little, something to.
You should go a little quicker. Just remember, don't think about it, just answer.
Ocean there in your eyes in slow motion we see the sunrise we are in a zone 5 a.m. and we still are rolling in the deepest of my emotions we are in a zone and all of these good things all we need good things tonight we go all night long we party like Post Malone don't tell me to go
Quicker.
We're all good?
All right. 30 more seconds.
I have this thing where I get older, but just never wiser. Midnights become my afternoons.
Yeah.
When my depression works the graveyard shift, all of the people I've posted stand there in the room.
All right. Everybody done? All right, cool. We're going to run through this quickly because I don't want to keep you much longer. I'm telling you, the personality, we use 4 different colors. There's other companies that do it different ways. I know some of you have been through different personality things, or you've done the disc system, or whatever's out there. But we use red, yellow, blue, and green. And every single one of us has all of these colors. You know, some of it more than others. Some of it is off the charts color. And so what we're going to do is talk about Tony's going to talk about 2 of the colors. I'm going to talk about 2. But what I want you to understand is throughout the whole weekend, you will understand these 1,000 times better if you really think about it. And like when I call Tony on the phone, I don't have to sit here and go, well, this is this person's personality, this is their background. I text him and I go, hey, I need you to get on this call. This person's a green, or this person's a red, or they're a blue. Tony knows exactly which direction to go when he gets on the phone with them. Do you think that's a valuable skill? Like, I'm telling you, I can talk to somebody, meet them, and within 30 seconds, I can know what their dominant color is. Just sometimes by the way they shake hands, by the way they dress, the kind of car they drive. Like, you know, there's all kinds of different ways, and throughout the weekend, we'll go through them. But I'll lead off with one of the, Tony's like, yellow is this one color, and yellow is, yes, it is one color. Yeah, thanks, Tony, for not counting you. So yellow is, if it's somebody is dominant yellow, like all the way yellow, those are the people that we call our tree huggers. They're the ones that want to save the world. They're the ones that have a heart, unlike my partner. Just kidding. I'm the sensitive one in our company. Like, you'll see me at some point this weekend cry. It's just gonna happen. Like, I know certain things that when I talk about it, and it's involuntary. Like, I'll try to not make myself, but when I talk about the Dallas Cowboys, it gets me choked up. And when I talk about the Eagles, it pisses me off. I'm just kidding. But yellows are the people, they just care. If you get people on your team that have a very, very high dominant yellow, they're gonna be so loyal. They're gonna stick around. They're gonna be the ones that volunteer. They're gonna be the ones that get here early, show up early, come into town. So thankful. The walkers, Mark and Vicky, that help us with everything when it comes to these seminars, like the first time I ever met them, they were like, oh, we wanna help, anything we can do this weekend is our first seminar in Jupiter. And I said, we got it. I want you to enjoy your time. And then we didn't got it. I needed some help. And they showed up on Sunday morning, and they pretty much helped us, along with Lisa now, run everything you see this weekend. But they don't do it because of monetary gain. They don't do it because they want something out of it. They do it just because they care about people. And so those are the type of people that, like, you can build a dynasty with. But you know what? They're not going to be the ones. If you think that a yellow is going to be the one that goes out and is so aggressive and goes door to door and talks to everything, they're not. They're just not going to be that person. But if you make them feel a certain way and they're happy and they stick with it, and listen, if you celebrate one little thing that they do, how many of us realize in most companies it's only the top producers that get celebrated, right? That's it. With us, I don't believe that. I believe you celebrate what you want to duplicate. Like when some of you that have never made more than a certain amount in your life, and you make that makes me feel better than if I made $1 million. Because that's my yellow. Now, Tony could care less because he doesn't care about people. No, I'm just kidding. He has a little yellow in him.
I do have yellow.
You told me, what was it a minute ago, 3?
No, that was the first time I took the test.
Long time ago. Now
got
he's
like 4
so
or 5
caring.
now.
I was telling him just now, I go, listen, now when I call Tony, it took me a long time, but I think he used my call thing against me. Oh, I got to take this call. But I used to try and tell him stories because I'm good at telling stories. I love my stories. And he would never make it through a whole one. And I'm like, oh, this is BS. So now I started getting my stories faster and faster and faster because his personality type's like, get to it. So yellow is very caring. They're the tree huggers. They're the ones that want to, be one with Mother Earth. They're the ones that tomorrow morning will be up when it's cold as crap outside and doing yoga or something out on some lawn. And that's not a bad thing. It's like people think that certain personalities are less than others, and they're absolutely not. Your personality is who you are. It's just a part of who you are. When you embrace it and you start realizing, hey, this is how this person is, instead of me trying to get them, if you went to a yellow and go, oh my God, we're going to get rich. You don't understand this ERC thing? I'm going to buy a plane. I know it's a jet. Tony tells me all the time.
You can buy a plane if you want.
Shut up. What does he always say to me? I'm like, you need to bring the plane. He's like, oh, planes have propellers. We have jets.
Yeah. Call my jet a
Which
plane.
is hurtful. But if you do that with a yellow, they're not going to care and it's going to turn them off. But if you say to a yellow, hey, you know what? We can help so many businesses. We can help businesses that could have been in big trouble. There's businesses on a daily basis. Do you know anyone? If I was talking to a yellow, I'd be, listen, do you know any businesses that floundered or didn't have, they really cared about their people? Don't you think a yellow knows other people, businesses that care about people? So you say it in a different tone. When you talk to a yellow, it has to be more subdued. You got to now I'm not good usually with that. But you got to be more subdued. You got to be laid back. You got to listen, everything's awesome. Let's smoke out. Let's go. Red, you want to go?
You want me to hit red or green?
Whatever you want.
Let's go red. So, and as Paul said, there's no one that has only one color, right? And there's no 100% of the time situation if you go all yellows are this, and it's like, well, I'm not that. you still might be yellow. Like I've got a lot of green, but there's traits of green where it's like, I don't have any of that, hardly at all. There's other parts of the green that I have, and all of us have all 4 colors. All of us have all 4 colors. One of my first mentors, an extremely successful gentleman, was like when you graphed our scores, it was almost identical, his 4 colors. Like the score was almost identical. So we'd call that a square. He's got a little bit of everything. And so what that allowed him to do, we talk about these colors to help us in business, right? That's why we're here. This is a business convention. However, these colors will help you in your relationships with your spouse, with your significant other, with your children, with your coworkers. It will help you in other aspects of your life. Now, we're sharing it with you from a business standpoint. So what I look at is what would motivate this person to take action? What would demotivate and turn this person off? That's not what I want to do. But at the same time, that'll hold true for what will motivate my son, what will demotivate my son. If you start realizing what personality your son is and you want your son to get good grades or your daughter to get good grades and you know what motivates or demotivates, you can utilize that. Now, some people go, oh, you know, that's not me, that's manipulative. Manipulating someone is doing something for your own good and their detriment, right? But if you're doing something that's going to help them in their best interest, it's not manipulating them. It's being a good spouse. It's being a good parent. It's doing what you should do to advance that relationship. So as you learn, like the red category, you know, if you scored high in red, those are goal-oriented. Your drivers. You know, I look at yellows are like Mother Teresa. Yellows warm markets. The reason I want to bring yellows into my organization is because their warm markets are huge. People love them because they're loyal. The yellows, if you your tire blew out and you're on the 101 freeway here at 2 in the morning as you're heading home late or whatever, you call a yellow and they will come get you and help you. You call a blue and their phone's been dead for hours. Like they don't know where their charger is and you're not going to get a hold of them. You call a red and
Tony, if you call Tony.
If you call me, there will be an Uber coming to pick you up or my AAA will come.
He's not going to help you, but he'll call someone to do it for you.
Someone will help you. Yeah, it won't be me at 2 in the morning, but I'll make sure someone gets there. I'll call a yellow. And I'll be like, hey, you need a favor, you know. My friend is broken down. Oh, I'll go help him.
Like whenever I was going from Texas to Wichita, I was like, yeah, Tony's going to call and say, I'm just going to send the jet for you. He did not send the jet for me because I passive-aggressively said it about 4 times and he never brought it up. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to have to drive.
Listen, the jet, so a red's cool. I'll get into the jet story in a second. So yellow's your Mother Teresa. They're caring, they're compassionate, they're helping people. The reds, you know, Michael Jordan, your drivers, your winners, they have a lot of strengths in that area, but they have weaknesses. They'll steamroll people. Like Jordan, a lot of times people like, he was an amazing winner, but he wasn't a great coach. Like a lot of times from a coaching standpoint versus like Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, like they were like a coach on the floor.
Deion Sanders now, like he's an amazing coach.
Deion Sanders is an amazing coach.
But you could tell because he cares about those
Yeah,
kids.
yeah.
Like, he's even
He
said, I
genuinely-
won't go and coach pro because I want to change these young men's lives. And that's like when you're saying that, like I was thinking about that, Jordan never has been a coach because he couldn't do it.
Yeah.
That's
He's
not
been
his
a good owner.
personality.
He's an owner. But a red, they're interested in what you can do for them. What's in it for them? And again, you say that's selfish, that's it, that's this and the other. I'm a results-oriented guy. I score red-green, really high in red-green. Like that's mainly my 2 colors. And so that doesn't mean I don't care about people. A trait of reds is loyalty, right? So if you show me that you're loyal and you're going to go to the trenches with me, I will get back to back with you and you will literally never have to worry about your back being covered.
And I'll tell you that's true with him. One thing that some of y'all don't know that Tony, we don't get the money for the IRS for a long time, right? It takes a long time. Tony decided he's gonna front $1 million of that up front. That's not something he had to do, and I'm like, what happened? Did he get a lobotomy? Because that's like a yellow trait. But when he says the loyalty part of it, it's 100% true. Like, I would never have even attempted to do what we're doing right now without someone like him. You know, there's about 4 people on this earth that I know because of how loyal they are, and he knows if vice versa with me. Like, no matter what, I'm not gonna let him down and make sure this thing goes. So when you says that, they may not have the yellow characteristics, but it's in there.
For sure. And so you want to recruit those folks. You want them to know about the big money that's available. And that's one of the reasons I did the upfront money, was because it's more exciting when somebody's got $24,000 that just hit their wallet, like that lady did, right? You think she's more excited when that hit her wallet than the day before? Do you think she might talk to more companies now? Do you think when she talks to more companies, she might get more companies to sign up? Do you think she might talk to her friends and have them go get more companies? So don't we all make more money when that type of stuff happens? So that's why I would shell out $1 million in front commissions, because I think it's good for business. But I also,
I thought you cared about, I'm sorry, he doesn't care about people.
It's
all about business.
I also
Got it
do
wrong.
know that some of these people need to make money and can't wait till the IRS pays the client and the client pays Jorns. And so I'm happy to do that as well. And so if somebody's got a Rolex on or a Hublot, if they've got, a Breitling, they've got a watch that's worth more than, some cars that are out there, it's probably a red. It probably is a red. It just, you're not going to see you will not see a yellow.
Have you ever met somebody that they can't stop dropping names of who
That's
they
a
know?
red.
That's a red.
So you can get an idea of colored, like what they're wearing, how they're dressed, what kind of car they're driving, if they have a jet. Not a lot of yellows have jets. So it's funny, I didn't bring the jet here. And so people are like, why didn't you bring the jet? It's like, so I'll talk about the green, and you'll understand why the jet isn't here, because of the green. But
The dogs ain't here.
That's a little yellow too, my dogs.
That's the only thing I've seen him be. I go into the house, he's up at 4 and 5 in the morning taking these little rats outside. Like, they're amazing dogs. Don't tell them I said that, because they own part of this company. But they're
They'll never
actually
forgive
amazing dogs. And like, he's up and I've never seen him like doting, getting on his jacket. I'm like, this is not the Tony I know.
So.
But they love them animals.
So you want to recruit yellows, you want to recruit reds for different reasons, right? But they all bring assets into the fold. And so if you're looking to create leverage, you're looking to build that organization, you're going to have to touch on all 4 personalities. So Paul will tell you how to get a blue interested in what you have to
Just
offer.
give them alcohol.
Give them lots of alcohol.
Just kidding. So blues are the fun ones. Like, how many of you scored the highest in blue? You're
lot
way
of
too
blues.
quiet to be blues.
Wow.
God, like, blues are usually the ones when I say that, they're like, woo, I'm right here. Oh, what do you know?
How do we
Kenny
get so
scored
many
blue.
blues?
So, like, here's how blues live their lives. I'll tell you right now. Like, don't most people, here's how they live their life. They start, they're born, and then they die somewhere over here, right? And it's like they go through life, and it's like little bitty things, right? Like, oh, get married, oh, get divorced. Sorry, I did that right. So they go through turn 21, then they may graduate from college, then maybe they get their first job, maybe they get divorced. That was just me. So what happens though is blues, this is how they live their life. It's a roller coaster like nothing you've ever seen. They get the highest highs and the lowest lows. Like, I promise you, some blues right now are going, I know we said we can't drink, but I guess we have a couple after we get done here. I promise you, y'all will be at the fire by the thing. It could be 41 degrees, and those blues will be with their little martini right there. Blues are the ones that, they're the ones that want to have fun. But I'll tell you right now, blues are the best. And when I first started and took this test, my blue was the highest, my red was about 5 points lower, my yellow was quite a bit lower than that, and my green was like, I could barely write my name. Like, my analytical side didn't hardly exist. But whenever they brought me in, and one thing you'll learn about me, I'm extremely honest when I say things, and Jerry can attest to this. Like, we had an office, and what was Brian Williams, I can't remember her name. This woman had the most incredible legs I'd ever seen in my whole life. And this guy had a check for $15,000. And I'm like, if these people are gonna let me come back, and this lady won't call the cops if I talk to her, and they're gonna maybe someday I'll get a check like that, I'm in. And the people were nice, and they were fun, and they were vibrant, and it was just a blast. Like when they said, let's go to a training, it was $300 to go to a training, and I had to travel. And they were like, it's gonna be the biggest party you've ever seen. And I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna get there, but I'm going. And I did. And then I kept going and kept going and kept going. When you come here, how many of you look forward to these weekends, if you've been around? Because it's like almost a family reunion. Like it's a business thing, but you get to have fun. Like there's loud music, there's exciting things going on. Now greens are going, I don't know why they're doing this. They should have started 15 minutes ago. Play this stupid music, I don't have time for this. I need to get spreadsheets. Where are the spreadsheets? I don't see enough spreadsheets.
It's true.
Tony will get on sometimes, and I'm like, God bless America. Like my partners know. There's conference calls that I don't even get on because I'm like, you know how I am. I don't want to do that because it's going to cut into my fun. Like I like to do the fun stuff. I like to motivate people. But guess what? The blues are the ones that they do it right, blues will bring everyone else. Like people follow blues. Blues that are the most outgoing and fun, they bring the most people. So, kind of it.
Yeah, so you definitely want to recruit yellows and blues. They have the biggest warm markets. The reds are your drivers, goal-oriented. You want those in your organization. They're going to lead. They're going to build big teams. And then you've got the greens. Those are your analyticals. You know, greens are numbers-oriented, facts, logic. To motivate a green, you're going to talk about why a decision is logical.
Who's got most green in here? All right, I won't be talking to y'all the rest of the weekend. Just kidding.
So my two predominant scores are red and then followed by green. And so the green side for me with the jet, so when we fly in the jet, when we take the jet,
he takes the jet is what he's just said.
Well, it's Julie and I don't think I've flown without her.
No, you haven't.
Have I?
Flown without me.
I've flown without you a few times. But the jet, it's a new one, so it's actually being built. So it doesn't get delivered until third quarter of this year.
Poor Tony.
So it's through a company called NetJets. So while you wait on your jet, you have a jet card. And so you pay a pretty good chunk of change, and then you use the hours on your jet card. And so the reason we really got a jet is because so the dogs could fly.
He almost can't say it.
So the dogs, it's kind of funny. It's a pricey funny, but it's funny. So like the dogs weren't coming. So Julie, we're launching new software, and so one of us needed to stay home and kind of keep working with the programmers. So that's Julie, and then I'm here training, and she's watching and probably answering a lot of questions on the live stream because that's what she does to help us out. But because she wasn't coming and the dogs weren't coming, she was like, "Are you going to take the jet?" Now the red's like, "Hell yeah!" And if I had red blue, I'd be here in the jet. But the green's like, net jets. I was like, how many hours is it? If you think gas is expensive, you should see what jet fuel is like. So on net jets, that flight from Wichita, Kansas, direct to here and back is about $80,000. That's what it costs.
Completely smart to me.
So I flew on American, but it's like the dogs aren't coming. Like
he has to say that because Julie's watching. I'm just kidding.
I flew first class. I mean, it wasn't bad, you know. Like I'm fine with flying commercial. I really am. It's the green in me is like, yeah, I should fly commercial. The green in me also is like, man, we need some write-offs. And in 2022, that was the last year, you could write off 100% of a jet. So right now, this year, if you buy a jet, you can write off 85%. So it was actually a fiscally responsible purchase
okay.
to get the jet. Trust me, a
And
green.
that's also what a green and a red can do is twist stuff and make you believe it.
I did the math, and it's like either you write this off or you pay a lot more to Uncle Sam. It's like, hey, you know what? Let's
You ever
write it
seen
off.
Star Wars where they go, these are not the droids you're
Yeah.
looking for? And they go, all right, these are not the droids we're looking. It's exactly what he just did.
To myself.
Fiscally
when we bought it.
responsible.
So there you go. I'll let you finish it up.
All right, let's go.
That's a.
So I got one more thing I want to do. I'll tell you, him saying that, I have a 20-year-old son, but my son's been around this business, around everything I do when it comes to this kind of stuff for years and years and years. When Tony came in one time to do a seminar for one of my companies, it was on financial services, and it was helping people get their credit. And my kid was like 10 years old. And it's funny because I never understood, you know how you never know if your kids really get it? Like whether they understand it or not, and what you're trying to teach them. And it's my son was sitting at the back of the room, and he's taking notes. And I'm like, I thought he was just coloring or something. And I'm like, what are you doing? He goes, I'm listening to Tony. You want to be quiet? And I'm like, pardon me. And then he gets out of this thing, and it was helping people fix their credit. All of a sudden, this kid gets on my Facebook, and I see because I'm on my phone, and he's in my desk. He gets on my Facebook and says, hey, I know some of my dad's friends have to have bad credit. Hit me up if you need to get your credit fixed. I'm like, first of all, I don't know if I'm pissed because you hacked my stuff or proud. But none of my friends I'm like, Hunter, they're not going to tell you they have bad credit. He goes, you don't know. Tony said they might. Like, whatever. But so when Tony talks about that, one of my things this weekend is I want you to walk away from this feeling like you deserve first class. You know, my real quick story, and then I'll end with this thing, but my son, we were in a training in Dallas, and I had to stay longer. And my ex-wife was there, and my son, and I'm taking them to the airport after the training that night because he had to get back for school, and he's in the back just pouting like this. And I go, what's wrong with him? She goes, he's mad. And I'm like, I can tell, he's my kid. We're mad a lot. And she goes, well, I couldn't get first class. My kid, till he was 9 years old, had never ridden anything but first class. And I know that sounds crazy, but like, I had never ridden first class when I was younger. Like my parents, like if we went on a flight, I mean, they may have been in first class. I'm pretty sure I was barely on the plane. Like that's just not how I was raised. So I tried to change things whenever I got older. And so we got to the airport, and she goes, I couldn't get a flight back on first class, and he's all mad. He's not too good, blah, 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 blah. And in my head, I'm like, I'd be pissed if I wasn't. But he gets it. I go, buddy, come here, give me a hug. And I said, what's wrong? And he goes, Dad, I deserve first class. And I'm like, you're right, buddy, you deserve it. But you know what? That's a different way than most of us are taught, right? You don't deserve anything. And I told him, it's not that he deserves it, but you got to work for it. Like, Garrett and I went to lunch today, and here's where it goes, the crying part. But he started talking about my kid, and my kid works in a restaurant. And the things he was telling me about how my kid's working is not just that he works hard or he does this, but anytime they need him to work, if Garrett calls him, Hunter shows up once he wakes up. But like if they need him, he gets there. And like that's something that makes me proud, because it's not because he's doing it because of the restaurant or because he's doing it because of Garrett. Garrett asked him to, and he knows that that's going to make me proud. When I got up this morning, like he sent me a text that said, hey, good luck on your seminar today. And that makes me happy because it's like, that's what you want. I want to leave a legacy behind of not just money, not just a business, but I want people to feel the best that they've ever felt about themselves. But you know what usually happens is, how many of you have crap in your life that you have never let go? Every one of you should raise your hand. What I want to do tonight is I want to do an exercise. It's not going to be as crazy as when I did it, but if you, Lisa, if you and Carissa can get those cards, you're gonna get a card. They're gonna pass them around. Just take one and pass it across. But what I want you to do once you get these cards is I want you to start thinking about it right now. Like I want you to think about the people who have held you back and get mad about it. Like I have people in my head. I had a guy that I helped him build a mortgage company. He cleared $1 million off of me and my guys and gave me a $250 Visa gift card for Christmas. I walked out of that place that day because you know what? I know my worth. My worth is way more than that. And I used to keep that card on my computer, and it drove me every day. You got to have an action motivator. Does anybody know what that is? An action motivator? It motivates you to take action. That's the only way I knew it. But there's, like, some of you go, I want to be successful, right? But how many of us can find every reason on earth not to be? Or not to call that next person? There's people that are supposed to be here this weekend with you that found a reason not to be, right? There's thousands of them. It happens all the time. But it's like you found a way to be here, but what I want you to do tonight is we're gonna write some stuff on this card. And then we're gonna do a little exercise. We're not gonna, there's this, I had the guys go get soil. And what we're gonna do is I want you to write some stuff on this card. And I want you to really dig deep into it. Because some of you have some stuff that you need to get out, so tomorrow morning when we start this, you can start new. And this smells like shit, because it is manure, now that I just, sorry for my language. There's a green. Listen, if the S word, if me saying shit offends you, then you're probably gonna wanna leave. Tony won't let me say other words. Yeah, maybe. So I want you to, on this card, like who are some people in your life that like could really mess you up? How many of your parents could have messed you up? My parents did for a long, long, long time. And they didn't mean to. How many of you know there's people in your life that they didn't mean to do it, but they screwed you up? Like, I would encourage you, if you've never watched I'm Not Your Guru by Tony Robbins on Netflix, watch it. Because there's a part in there where he really talks about that. But I had parents, like, listen, I'm adopted. And I could be so angry about it. And for a long time I was, until I did this exact exercise. I sat there and I would blame things. Like, oh, I'm not successful because I didn't have the right family. Like, I don't know who my mother is. I don't know who my father is. It's like, I told this story, I think I told it in Ohio. But my parents, I was a punk. Like, man, I got kicked out when I was 17. My parents moved out. You call it what you want. I wasn't living there anymore. But my parents, they were trying to put me in therapy. How many think that's what everybody tries to do, is just fix it? Give it a pill, give it a, whatever. Put you in therapy. And they did. They put me in Christian therapy in our church. And the guy that was the therapist, he thought it would be an amazing idea to help me for my parents, my adopted parents, to tell me everything about my biological parents. It was not the best thing. My parents sat me down, they go, listen, your mother, your biological mother had a husband, he was in prison, and while he was in prison, she got knocked up by, they said it nicer than this, but got pregnant by another guy, and when he got out of prison, he was getting out of prison, she was afraid they were gonna kill you both, so she put you up for adoption. I'm like, what therapy did you people think that this was gonna help make me so happy? Like, so you just told me my mother was a couple of words. I'm like, but guess what? They didn't do it on purpose, right? But it still messed with my head for a long, long time, until I went to a seminar like this, and this guy in front of the room, right down the hall, goes, listen, write it on a piece of paper. If there's someone that made you angry, like, there's people in your life that have messed you up. Some of you, it could be an old boss. How many of you have ever had a boss that railed on you and told you you're not gonna ever be anything? How many had teachers like that? Like, I had people like that said, oh my gosh, you're never gonna go anywhere because you didn't go to college. I thought I was gonna end up waiting tables in a country club for the rest of my life. I ended up working for Ben Hogan, who's one of the greatest golfers. Most of you probably won't know who he is, but he's an amazing, amazing person. But I hated golf so bad because I waited tables on him, then I became his personal assistant. He took me out to the driving range twice, and he railed on me. That's horrible. He was just angry and old and should have already been dead, but wasn't. But he was mean. And it's like, this is the greatest golfer in the world, and he's trashing me. I didn't play golf for probably 20 years. Now I love it because I finally, the other day, about a year ago, I'm like, all my friends play golf. I want to play golf. I want to get better at it. And guess what happened? Within a year, I got a hole-in-one. Not because I'm great, because I suck. George played with me today. He'll attest to that. But I love the game. And it's like, guess what? When you believe good things and you let shit go, good things sometimes happen. So I want you to write down some circumstances or something on this card. And then what we're gonna do in a little bit is I'm gonna have you come up here and I'm gonna have you bury it. And then it's gonna be done. And I know it sounds crazy and it's dumb, but it's symbolic. I did it with fire. I've done it, Lisa and I think I did it with y'all with shells in Florida. But I'm telling you, some of you've gotta do this and be serious about it. Because some of you are at a point in your life where you don't have a lot longer business-wise. How many of us would agree? That's not a bad thing, it's the truth. But guess what? You get to start anytime you want. You know, when I was in Ohio a few weeks ago, Morgan Freeman, my friend, Donnie, like when you hear him talk, I couldn't even hear a word coming out of his mouth when I really met him in Ohio. Just kept expecting him to say, and my friend, Andy Dufresne. But he didn't. But he's 74, right? 70, oh, sorry about that. 72 years old. How many realize at 72 years old, most people would not be sitting on a Friday night in a seminar trying to learn how to do a business? He's been successful. He's done other things in his life. He doesn't have to be here. But the energy, I was there for 3 days. He had more energy and kept going longer than I did. He was up, I went downstairs, they're talking, and like that's the kind of thing. It doesn't matter when you start, it matters if you start. And that you really take it seriously. Because anybody can get excited for a weekend, that pay attention, get excited, never quit. But you've got to get rid of the garbage in your head. And I don't care if it's a friend, I don't care if it's a coworker, I don't care if it's a spouse. I used to tell people, if you got problems in your marriage, don't come to my seminars. Because I'm not going to ruin it, but I will expose it. It's not like, you know, people go to a seminar and they get all fired up and they go back to somebody that's sitting on the couch. How many think that that's going to be a hard thing? A lot of you have your spouses here. I think that's phenomenal. Because guess what? You get to do something together. You know, Kenny and Michelle are two of our partners and two of my best friends, and I love the relationship that they have because they're always together. Like, no matter what it is, they're doing it together. Like, usually it's Michelle watching Kenny and I and making sure we don't go to jail. But, just kidding, it's not that bad. But their business stuff they do together. Everything they do is together. That's what you want in life. Now, I'm sure they want to kill each other a lot of times and all that. But guess what? They understand what they're going through because they're doing it together. Tony, it's the same way. Like, you've got to find people in your life. And some of you are going to have to cut people out. And I know that that sounds harsh, but I've done it. I've done it in the last 6 months. I've done it since the last seminar. Like, I got rid of people in my life since the last seminar that I had around that weren't pushing me forward. That's why I make sure I'm around people that don't accept my crap, don't believe in they may do it for a little bit, and I'm really self-aware. I may not get it right away, but I always come back to it. So what I want you to do is, Rich, play a little bit of music. I'm going to take about 2 to 3 minutes. And I'm not going to make you come up here and do it, but I would encourage you to do it. But I want you to write some things down that you feel like have been holding you back. It could be yourself. I've had people that come to a seminar like this, and I never even knew it, but they had a drinking problem. Like, they just had to drink every single day of their life. And listen, I like drinks just as much as the next person, way more than Tony. Is that a problem? Huh? It's not a problem for me. I mean, I wouldn't be drinking daily. That's a little much. But I mean, listen, some people, and you may not even realize it's holding you back. Like some people, like if you're drinking every single day, can you really be the most productive person? What if that's the one thing that was holding you back? What if it was? You know, I had people that said, well, how many of us are, oh, I have rights. I can do whatever I want. My mentor goes, yeah, you got the right to keep being broke. Or you got the right to change yourself and become who you want to be. He used to say it in front of the room. He'd be like, listen, women, I mean, it's not as prevalent anymore because women are always better than men. But not one of you women hooped or nothing for that. That is so pathetic. But he used to say, listen, go out and make more money than a man, and then go get a big truck and write women are better than men and ride around town in it. Because guess what? This is equal. People say they want something equal. Doesn't matter what color you are, doesn't matter what age you are. And this is why I got into this type of business. But I had friends of mine that go, oh my God, don't do that, come back. How many realize when you start changing, people don't want you to change? But if we start a silent revolution, like I'm telling you, the way we're set this business up, having these verticals, having Snap Partners, having this you want me to tell you what Tony's going to talk about tomorrow afternoon? I'm not going to, but that's nice. Good, some of you are learning. One thing too, if I ever ask you if you want good news or bad news, what do you say? Bad news first, all the time. Why? Anyone know? Okay. You want to end on the positive, right? When you're talking to someone, listen, I will be the first person that rips somebody's head off, but I'll also be the first person that builds them back up. Daniel knows. I'll have a conversation with Daniel that's extremely pointed. I've watched Daniel go from some person that I didn't really like talking to a lot because he was yellow and he wanted to create all this stuff. But seeing him change as a person over the last like 60 days, even Garrett and I were talking about it today. Like, it's fun for me to see someone change and become the best version of themselves. And so these verticals, though, no other company has tried to do it like we're doing it. And it's going to get better, and it's going to get better, and it's going to get better. And some of you will sit here a year from now and go, oh, I was in there a year. I do this every seminar. I say, listen, 85% of you won't be at the next one. And I'm right. Maybe a little bit either way, but I'm usually right. But guess what? Now, if you really get into this, and you really sell out, and today you go, you know what, I'm going to write down every person. I'm mad at Paul, too, just because he talked too long tonight, and I didn't get to go get my drinks, and this, and you really put some thought and effort into it, and then you dump it, and you bury it, and then tomorrow morning you walk in here, and you go, you know what, I'm going to take every note I can possibly take. I'm going to participate. I'm going to meet new people. If you're a yellow and you're introverted, or you're a green and you're introverted, get out of your shell. Go talk to somebody. Meet somebody, because this thing is going to go a mile a minute starting tomorrow morning. We've got amazing speakers that are coming. Like, this is one of my favorites because I don't have to talk as much. It's probably going to be yours too that I don't get to talk as much. But that was a good joke. Some of these, man, y'all gotta, it's only 9:15. Come on. Another thing too is, like, when you get tired this weekend, get into state. Like, get up, go to the bathroom. Like, if you have to pee, it's up to me. That's what our saying is. You don't have to sit there and wait for a break. Get up and go. Walk around. Get yourself. Like, there's this thing I do. It's Tony Robbins, getting into state. Like, when I'm about to go on stage, I can change whatever's going on in my brain and drop it and be ready to go. When somebody said they love my energy, I can turn that on at any time that I want. I always feel it inside, but I can turn it on when I need to, because it's become like a muscle. I've been doing this for so long. Some people, I was talking to Kristen, you'll get to hear from her tomorrow, and she's like, oh my God, I'm so scared to talk in front of people. How many of you have ever heard that speaking in front of people is the #1 fear? It's more than death. People would rather be in the box than doing the eulogy. But isn't public speaking anything you do in life? When you do it over and over and over, how many of you ever did something the first time and it hurt? Or you weren't good at it? Not one person's going to get you in your window in that. I'll wait. None of you sucked at something the first time. I'm talking about sex. But you didn't quit. I got sex out of the way. Talked about my mom with religion. I'm not doing politics because I hate it all. Okay. So, just push through. Whatever makes you uncomfortable, keep doing it. Like, that's what my mentor taught me a long time ago. If it makes you scared, if you don't like it, just keep doing it. Because then it becomes second nature to you. It becomes muscle memory over and over and over and over. You just keep doing it. So, we're going to play a little bit of music, but this is where we're going to end. But I would love to see all of you come up here. If you do it, great. If you don't, just a little shovel up here. You just bury it in there, but then leave it here. Because here's what some of you are going to do. You have one of these? Some of you are going to do like this. You're going to bury it. You're going to walk out. Oh, shit, I need that. You are. But you can't. You got to let it go, because I'm telling you, when you hold on to that stuff, and I know some of you are going, this is not talking about spreadsheets and ERC and stuff like that, but if you don't get this right, the rest of it doesn't matter. It absolutely doesn't matter. And that's like, I get passionate and I get into this because I was a 24-year-old scared punk kid that I should have died twice. I had a massive heart attack when I was 40 years old. What do they call it? Widowmaker. And then I almost died from COVID. But I know God keeps me around for a reason. And I know this is it. And so if every one of you walked out tomorrow, I'd be back on the phone tomorrow with Tony going, all right, let's go back to work. Because I know that we can make a change in the world. And it's not from any of our verticals, but it's what we can do with that money. If we get a group of people that are massively financed, isn't that a way to change the world? Elon Musk has already made changes because of the money he has. Like, he's making changes every single day that better our world. But what if we got 5 people in this company that were billionaires? I don't really care what I ever make. And money's money to me. I mean, it comes and it goes. But what you can, there's a guy named Dennis Weaver that said, money is like manure. If you stack it up, it just stinks. But if you spread it around, it makes stuff grow. So I want you to take a couple minutes. Rich is going to play music. But write this stuff down, bury it, and then I'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
I'm a dreamer. Maybe I'm misunderstood. Maybe you're not seeing the side of me you should. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm the only one. Maybe I'm just out of touch. Maybe I've just had enough. Maybe it's time to change and leave it all behind. I've never been one to walk alone. I've always been scared to try. So why does it feel so wrong to reach for something more? To wanna live a better life. What am I waiting for? 'Cause nothing stays the same. Maybe it's time to change. Maybe it's hopeless. Maybe I should just give up. What if I can't trust myself? What if I just need some help? And maybe it's time to change and leave it all behind. I've never been one to walk alone. I've always been scared to try. So why does it feel so wrong to reach for something more? To wanna live a better life. What am I waiting for? 'Cause nothing stays the same. Maybe it's time to change. And maybe it's time to change and leave it all behind. I've never been one to walk alone. I've always been scared to try. And maybe it's time to change and leave it all behind. I've never been one to walk alone. I've always been scared to try. So why does it feel so wrong to reach for something more? To wanna live a better life. What am I waiting for? 'Cause nothing stays the same. Maybe it's time to change. 'Cause nothing stays the same. Maybe it's time to change. Put on my blue suede shoes and I boarded the plane. Touchdown in the land of the Delta Blues, in the middle of the pouring rain. W.C. Handy, won't you look down over me? Yeah, I got a first class ticket, but I'm as blue as a boy can be. Then I'm walking in Memphis, just walking with my feet 10 feet off a beam. Walking in Memphis, but do I really feel the way I feel? Saw the ghost of Elvis on Union Avenue. Followed him up to the gates of Graceland, and I watched him walk right through. Now security, they did not see him. They just hovered around his
tomb. But there's a pretty little thing waiting for the king down in the jungle room. When I was walking in Memphis, I was walking with my feet 10 feet off a beam. Walking in Memphis, but do I really feel the way I feel? They've got catfish on the table. They've got gospel in the air. And Reverend Green, be glad to see you when you haven't got a prayer. But boy, you got a prayer in Memphis. Muriel plays piano every Friday at the Hollywood, and they brought me down to see her, and they asked me if I would do a little number, and I sang with all my might. She said, tell me, are you a Christian child? And I said, ma'am, I am tonight. Walking in Memphis, was walking with my feet 10 feet off a beam. Walking in Memphis, but do I really feel the way I feel? Walking in Memphis, I was walking with my feet 10 feet off a beam. Walking in Memphis, but do I really feel the way I feel? Put on my blue suede shoes and I boarded the plane. Touchdown in the land of the Delta Blues, in the middle of the pouring rain. Touchdown in the land of the Delta Blues, in the middle of the pouring.
Well, I'm packing up my game and I'ma head out west, where real women come equipped with scripts and fake breasts. Find a nest in the hills, chill like Flint. Buy an old drop top, find a spot to pimp. Then I'm a kid, rock it up and down your block, go with a bottle of scotch and watch lots of crotch. Buy a yacht with a flag saying chillin' the most, then rock that jumping down the coast. Give a toast to the sun, drink with the stars, get thrown in the mix and tossed out of bars. Sip the Tijuana, I wanna roam, find Motown, tell the rules and come back home. Start an escort service for all the right reasons, and set up shop at the top of Four Seasons. Kid rockin', I'm the real McCoy, and I'm headed out west, sucker, because I wanna be a cowboy, baby. With a top leg back and the sunshine shining. Cowboy, baby. West Coast chillin' with the boom. I wanna be a cowboy, baby. Ride that night 'cause I sleep all day. Cowboy, baby. I can smell the dead from a mile away. I bet you'll hear my whistle blowing when my train rolls in. It goes like dust in the wind. I once was lost, but now I'm just blind. Palm trees and the Steve scab knees and rice. Get a map to the stars, find Heidi flights. And if the price is right, then I'm gonna make my bid, boy, and let California hate. Nobody call me a cowboy, baby. With a top back and the sunshine shining. Cowboy, baby. West Coast chillin' with the boom. I wanna be a cowboy, baby. Ride that night 'cause I sleep all day. Cowboy, baby. I can smell the dead from a mile away.
Look, if you had one shot, or one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted in one moment, did you capture it? Just let it slip.
Yo. His palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's vomit on his sweater already. Mom's spaghetti, he's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm and ready to drop bombs. But he keeps on forgetting what he wrote down. The whole crowd goes so loud, he opens his mouth, but the words won't come out. He's choking how? Everybody's choking now. The clock's run out, time's up, over, loud. Snap back to reality, oh, there goes gravity.